This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, I don't have a gavel, so we're just going. I knock my hand. Notice is hereby given that the Lago Vista City Council is holding a special called meeting on Thursday, July 29th, 2021 at 5:32 p.m. as prescribed by VTCA Government Code Section 551.041 to consider the following agenda item. Call to order. Roll call, Sandra. Please note that everyone is in attendance except for Council Member Dave Williams. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance to the U.S. and the Texas flag. Please join me as I stand. We'll start with the U.S. flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you all very much. And let's see, where's my agenda? Let's go to the agenda. All right. Citizen comments. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. Is there anybody, my thing here, back to, is there anybody in the audience who has comments that are not pertaining to charter review? All right. We will move on. Action item, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Charter Review Committee recommendations. So we're going to proceed kind of like we did last time. We're going to take the non-substantive recommendations first, see if there's anything with those that we don't want to move forward with. And then we'll go to the substantive and we'll group them. Aaron, I know there was a couple of non-substantive items that you were going to look at to see if they were substantive. So when I get to those, if you would please tell us what you had determined, whether they were still non-substantive or if they needed to be considered separate. But before we get to those, I want to one more time bring back the one item that I proposed last meeting that is not in your packet as far as the list of items, substantive, non-substantive, and that was on the changing the fiscal year. I just want to know thoughts from everybody. Did y'all have a chance to look at it, consider it, talk to staff, see what their thoughts were, see if it mattered or not. And that is, my proposal was changing the fiscal year from 1 November or 1 October to either 1 December or 1 January to allow for the occasion, if we had a budget that needed to go to voter approval, which happens in November, that our fiscal year wouldn't start till after the voters had a chance to speak and vote on our budget. So thoughts, questions? I know, Paul, you had a lot of thoughts last time.
Well, since you led to me, I'll go ahead and say some things. The question I had in mind was I was just thinking about the timing of the city preparing a budget, and whether shifting the cycle to where instead of being October 1st, it's January 1st or maybe December. Um, that would shift the timing. Logically, that would shift the start. If let's say it's January, the 3 month shift, that would shift the start of the budget plan by 3 months, which would mean it would not be early enough. If we just shifted the start by 3 months, it would not be early enough to make the election if we needed to make the election. So in essence, I think that would force the city into a position where instead of working the budget, 2 to 3 months ahead of the deadline, we'd have to work the budget 5 to 6 months ahead of the deadline for the first pass to decide if we had to go to election. And so that would be the negative. The positive, as you say, would be if we go to election, the budget, we find out the results of the election before the budget cycle starts. If I understand right, and Aaron, you can help clarify this, that if we, in the scenario where we did a budget, but we decided we needed to go to election, um, I think there's two scenarios, and help me with this. Either the budget we propose, even before it's approved by the electorate, is the one we're acting on, and then we back out of that if the electorate rejects it, or the budget until election is the same as the budget from the previous year, sort of the scenario in our charter that says if the council doesn't deliver a budget, then the city manager just operates under the old one. So I'm not sure which of those two scenarios. I just lay that out for conversation because I think there's pros and cons both way to this.
Okay, if I may comment before Aaron does, you're right and wrong about the budget. It's both as far as the process. If we Because we have state deadlines, those are the ones that really dictate our proposed budget. So because we have to meet state deadlines, you're going to start your budget process in relation to those state deadlines. Now, so because of their state deadlines, you're going to have to start a budget at a certain time, regardless of our fiscal year. If council decides that we don't need to take anything to council, then it does extend the budget cycle. So where we would normally have it ready in October, September, to finalize for a September 1 deadline, we actually have another 2 or 3 more months to discuss it. So yeah, that does, if we have to go to voter approval, it doesn't change anything. If we don't go to voter approval, then it does lengthen the budget discussion. So, our goal is definitely to stay under the requirements of Senate Bill 2. And if we feel confident we can do that, then it doesn't matter and we don't need to change our fiscal year. But if we do have to go to voter approval, you know, I would like to see our fiscal year kind of start after that. So it's 50-50, you know. I don't know. That's why I was wanting to see what y'all thought.
Can I just make sure that my question didn't get lost in that? So the question I have is, in the scenario where we're going for voter approval, but we're in that window between our fiscal year start of October 1st and the result of the vote, what budget would we be operating under in that scenario?
I'll let Aaron comment on that one. Or Tracy. Aaron, you're muted if you're trying to talk.
Thanks. That's a good question. I'm looking to see, typically if you don't approve your budget, you operate based on the previous budget, regardless of the proposed budget. So I think based on our charter, we would operate based on a proposed budget, because adoption of a proposed budget doesn't get you anywhere. It's just a proposed budget. It's not a final budget. You got to do the finalization. So that's the awkward thing. One other thing to consider is if you push your fiscal year to be starting December 1 or January 1, what is the deadline by which you would approve the budget, and how does that interplay with your election cycle? Meaning, for example, this year we have 4 spots that'll be on the ballot for that. And so if you, in theory, if you adjusted your fiscal year, you could have more than one council or different members of council having to consider and finalize a budget. So you put the council members at a disadvantage, because you may have some newly elected people that are coming in. Hopefully they've participated, but they might be pretty cold. Now that could work to some advantage for some if you really have a big shift in your city council, in that the new people coming in would ultimately be the final decision makers, whether they're prepared or not. So that could create an awkward circumstance. One of the things that I looked at as part of this process is the guidance document that's put out, Texas Home Rule Charters Handbook. 95% have their fiscal years beginning October 1 to deal with, for example, a May election. And so if you're of the mind to move it forward or to have it delayed, we need to think very cautiously about how those deadlines function. Because there's a reason why almost everybody has the October 1 deadline, based on when your tax year is set and when the money comes in. So if that's a ballot proposition you want to do, I think we needed to flesh that out a little bit more so you guys are comfortable when you make a final decision.
Well, we're going to make final decision tonight. For our next meeting, we want to do ballot language. So we want to make final decision tonight. I don't care either way. It was just a thought. It was just something that popped into my head last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. And, I apologize to the Charter Review Committee. I didn't put this on their agenda. It just didn't occur to me prior. So it's not really something that I think is important, but I did think it considered council consideration. So, so at this point, does anybody else have any comments? There's Sullivan. I see Sullivan's hands. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to back up to one thing. It's my understanding in our charter that if the council cannot come to an agreement on the budget, it's the city manager's proposed budget that will go into effect, not the old budget. Is that not correct?
Let me look at the language.
Yeah, look at that carefully, because I'm pretty sure that's the way it works. If council can't come to an agreement on a budget, it's the city manager's proposed budget from the one that he or she delivers by July 30th of every budget year or every year. That one, before it gets amended by any requests from council members, is what goes into effect. So I'm going to extrapolate that to talk about what would happen in the new situation underneath Senate Bill 2. So let's say we get to let's say the budget year stays the same. We get to October. Obviously, the election has not happened. Okay, so that means we cannot implement a budget that goes beyond the 3.5%. Would be my assumption, which means we've got to have an alternate budget that we would operate under until the election was taken and the results of that is known. So quite frankly, to me, that's the solution, is that, if we decide that we want to try to go above 3.5%, sure, we formulate that budget and we put that forward to the electorate to vote on, but we've got to have a backup budget that is underneath the 3.5% that will operate under until the election happens. And if the electorate denies the above 3.5%, well, then we just stick with that alternative budget that's below 3.5%. And you're able to stick to your current fiscal year. No need to change things around like that. No need to make things any more complicated than they need to be.
Councilmember Sullivan is correct that section 8.05 does state that if the council fails to adopt the budget by September 30th, the budget proposed by the city manager shall go into effect until such time as the council adopts a budget. So that's what our existing charter, how it reads.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
So either way, if we stay with our current fiscal year or if we changed our fiscal year, it does not change the dates in which we have to have information to the state. That normally, like Aaron commented, that is normal for everybody. So that's why 95% of them are still on the same fiscal year as October 1 to September 30th. We have to have certain dates that tell us required information for two reasons. One, now that House bill has gone into effect, they want to be able to Travis County wants to be able to do their calculations. Two is the fact that it is the tax that will start getting collected between October and January. And so they are trying to develop that information. That's why we would still have to give them what we think is a proposed and drafted budget. And we would still have to be in compliance with all these. So I agree with Councilman Sullivan when he said we would operate with a 2-budget model, only if we thought that was something that we needed to do. So we would actually operate off of the no tax rate until the voting took place and we knew, and if that budget got approved by the voters, then we would just shift to that model of a budget. If not, we would stay within that no rate that we were operating in so that we had a budget to operate in.
Yeah, exactly. Sullivan's right. You're right. My thought was to simplify it so that we didn't have to operate under two budgets. So, if we don't think if council doesn't think it's necessary, then I'm fine with that. I was just trying to simplify it so we didn't have to work under that 2-budget cycle. But anybody else? Thoughts, comments? Yes, Councilor Davila.
Mayor, I think we're discussing the situation as it exists this year. Generally, I would say that it's not a very good idea to have the possibility of some brand new counselors coming on board at budget time, whether it's November or rather December or January, where they would be really at a disadvantage in really knowing what the proposed budget is all about. If they're brand new to council, that will be really kind of a disadvantage, I think, to the rest of the council in coming to good solutions to some of the issues that come up in the budget talks. So I think the safe thing to do is to stay with what we have right now and not.
Yeah, I agree. And that is something that I did not consider when I was thinking of this. Yeah, that's definitely something to consider. Yeah, and I did not consider that. So sorry, I'm in my brother-in-law's house and I can't control that phone.
Call from name unavailable.
Names unavailable. Yeah.
We can't take your call right now.
Dang it.
If you leave us some information, we'll get back to you.
Stand by.
As we can. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, unless we also put some kind of direction in there that said we would still vote on final approval prior to an election. Yeah, you're right. It would bring in newly elected people to consider a budget that they only got to get to look at for a few days. So yeah, I get it. That was not something I considered. Anybody else? Thoughts? All right. I don't remember what section number this was. I don't have my thing pulled up.
Mr. Mayor, did you receive my email today with the kind of color-coded chart that I sent that had the highlighted ones that were substantive and non-substantive?
Oh gosh, maybe. I don't know. I was working off of the color-coded substantive from last time.
Okay.
When did you send it? Because I've got
About noon today.
about noon.
I can tell you exactly in one moment.
Charter appoint, no. Let me see, 101, is that it? No, that's not it. Charter review documents, here's an attachment. Change table with attorney notes. Okay,
Yes, sir.
let me open that one.
That one has highlighted the non-substantive changes, the ones that I determined truly are non-substantive, are in green, light green, and it says it in the box too.
Okay, so green is definitely non-substantive. Okay, all right. So I just need to make sure we've discussed the item that I have brought up. We need to take a vote on whether we want to move forward with that, do we not? Because that's not on the chart. That's nothing. We need to take a separate vote right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I've already heard from 3 people that want to keep it the same, but that's not a vote. So we're going to take a vote as far as changing the fiscal year. All those in favor say aye. Well, let's see. Now let me take that back. Let me make the formal motion. I make the motion that we adopt a change to the charter that would change the fiscal year from 1 October to 1 December. Do I have a second? Okay, I have no second, so the motion fails and we move on. All right. All right, so now we go to the non-substantive. All right. Make sure I got the right one. Okay. So, another chart, 3.01 non-substantive. Term Mayor Pro Tem was changed during the conversion PDF to Word. Mayor Pro Tem. Several. We have 3.01. Does anybody have any thoughts on 301?
Mayor,
Yes.
I don't have any thoughts on 3.01. I just want to make sure I understand how you're going to approach this. Are we going to vote on each non-substantive, or will we look at all the non-substantive and vote them on in one block?
No, we will vote on the non-substantive in one block,
Okay.
but I just want to, I need to go through them one by one to allow people to comment, but we will vote on them as a group.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So nobody had anything with 301. 308. Aaron?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me make sure I got the color coding right. Because 308 has two colors to it.
Yes, sir. So the changes from mayor pro turn to mayor pro tem are the changes that are the non-substantive changes. The changes relating to changing from executive session to open session are not, those are different. Those are substantive changes that you will need to discuss later.
Okay, but my question, when we're considering this, are is it two part? I mean, we can lump 308 into the non-substantive changes,
Yes, sir. The
but we still have to
non-substantive,
make it separate if we vote to.
no, sir. All the non-substantive changes to section 3.08 could be lumped in with all of the other non-substantive corrections or changes because that would all be one ballot measure that would authorize the city to make those non-substantive corrections to typographical errors, spelling, punctuation, etc.
So it could be on the agenda twice then,
Yes,
as
sir.
a non-substantive and as a substantive.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we're looking at the non-substantive part of 308. Anybody have any issues with that? No? Okay. Let's go to the next one. And again, I apologize because I'm having to change screens. The next one will be 316, paragraph 2. Another instance of the Mayor Pro Tem term conversion. Any questions on that one? No. All right, let's go to the next one. 4.01J, correcting either a conversion error or Scrivener's. Okay, so where J somehow became G. Any questions on that one? I don't see any hands. All right. 5.01. Sentence referring to a past election long since passed was removed. Several conversion errors. Correction of typos, non-substantive. Anybody have any problem with the non-substantive part of it? The typos? Okay. Don't see anything. Anybody? Go down here.
I believe that's it, Mr. Mayor.
That's it as far as non-substantive. Okay. Let me go back to the top then. All right. I think we've gone through all the non-substantive. Does council have any questions, comments on the non-substantive? All right, audience, do y'all have any? Oh, Mr. Weatherly.
In going through these, what are we saying, that we are going to put these on the ballot as one issue, or these do not need to be voted on? What are we trying to come up with?
So, yes, they will be grouped together, and it will go on the ballot. It will say non-substantive changes. If I'm understanding that, it will go on the ballot. You have to approve non-substantive, but you can, because they're non-substantive, you can lump them all together.
Okay.
And we can consider them as a group because they are non-substantive. So we'll get the proper language the next meeting, but basically it'll say approve non-substantive changes to sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it'll list them all. But it'll be voted on as one thing. If I understand that correctly.
Mr. Mayor, last time, for example, on the ballot in 2018, the ballot proposition G stated, shall the charter be amended to correct non-substantive grammatical and typographical errors and to allow for the addition of a table of contents? That was the ballot proposition. So I would expect that we would have a similar proposition.
That answer your question, Ms. Weatherly? All right. So now we'll go into the substantive things.
Mayor, should we vote on that one?
Oh, yes. You're so right. I'm getting ahead of myself.
No problem. Just trying to keep you honest.
Yep.
If you want, I'll make a motion.
Yes, that would be the thing. It's open for action.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion that we approve the non-substantive items to be put onto the ballot in one section. And those non-substantive changes would be in section 3.01, 3.08, 3.116, paragraph 2, 4.01J, and 5.01. Again, only the non-substantive changes in those sections.
Second.
A second motion.
All right, I have the motion by Councilor Sullivan and the second by Councilor Marion. She beat you, Ms. Weatherly.
Right.
Any further discussion? Right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the non-substantive items moves forward unanimous. All right, so now we will go to the substantive. Okay, so now we've got 4 colors to deal with. Discretionary change, non-mandatory. Council needs to decide whether it's good policy or practice. We've got this gray, discretionary change, however, not recommended by legal. Pink, orange, light orange, whatever color that is. Substantive recommended change, not mandatory, but good policy or correction. Okay, and then we have the dark orange, substantive change, highly recommended, necessary to comply with or be consistent with state law. All right, so we're looking at section 1. 1.01 discretionary change, blue, not mandatory. Committee felt it was important to state that in the charter the official name. And then we got 1.04. Not mandatory, but recommend change, having authority to annex property that is not adjacent.
Mayor,
Yes.
just a suggestion. Would you like maybe to go through one color at a time? And it might be a little bit less confusing. At least it will be for me, for a simple guy like me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm open for, because last time we were going by section. So is it better to go by color this time?
Yeah, I like that suggestion. I had also, Mayor, you may not have seen it given your vacation status, but I sent an email earlier saying that my personal approach was I was trying to put these into sort of priority buckets. And so of these 40 plus items, I initially I thought I would sort them into high priority that we definitely should do, lower priority that we should consider, and then the third bucket being the ones that I think we should not do. After I did that, there were so many in that second category of the things that were kind of nice to do that I actually parsed that into 3 pieces. So I personally have done a high priority list with 7 items, and then a kind of the priority below that is the sort of the highest of the nice to do, and there's 8 in that. And then the next tier of nice to do, there's 8 in that. So where I'm going with this conversation is I wonder whether it would be helpful for us to say how many ballot items do we think is reasonable, and are there some of these that we just don't need to discuss tonight because we can agree they're low enough priority that there's just too many for us to discuss them all. Of course, I'd be happy to share my specific list of my, high, medium, low, but it's more of a process question for you. And Kevin's suggestion of following Aaron's color may be a way to get into that same discussion.
Okay. Well, I like your thought, but since the only actual colored document we have is the one from Aaron, I'm going to go off of Aaron's colored document, and then you let us know where yours coincides or differentiates from her colors.
Thank you. And I'll just suggest that other council people be thinking as we're going through these items in your mind, is this a something we must do or something that's nice to do? And is it kind of a high priority or medium or low in the nice to do? That's the way I'll give my feedback.
Right. So then we'll start with the dark orange, because the dark orange are highly recommended, necessary to comply with or be consistent with state law. So let me scroll through here. The first one that I come to is 3.16, paragraph 1. Current charter, there's an internal conflict within this section, where at one point it states the reading of the title or descriptive caption must be read aloud. This was changed to resolve the conflict and to ensure this section is consistent with state law to require the descriptive caption. Attorney notes, good clarification, state law allows a caption which summarizes the purpose of the ordinance and the penalty for violating it to be published in lieu of full text. Texas Local Government Code 52.011, providing the title only is not sufficient. Questions, comments, thoughts on that one? Yes, sir. Councilor Prince.
So I'll note that in the first sentence, it says every ordinance shall have a clearly summarized and fully descriptive title or caption. And then per our attorney's guidance, we're going to say that the caption has to be read. And so I think that or needs to be changed to require a caption that exists. So, you know, probably in addition to what the committee recommended, I think it needs to say fully descriptive title and caption in the first sentence. And then with that feedback, with that proposed change, this would be a must-do item on my list.
Okay. All right. Changing my screen here real quick. Darn it.
Mayor, while you're doing that, can I ask Aaron a quick question?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Aaron, I tried to look through all the emails that you sent out today. Did I read in your notes that you would, the discovery you did with TML, that we will be able to bundle up changes that are keep us in sync with state law into one item?
That could be bundled together. I think if that is going to be the approach, if you want to bundle some things together so that it's clear that it's in compliance with state law, you may want to carefully consider how you craft the amendments, what your amended ballot language, how that's going to read. Because of the way some of the amendments were crafted, the recommended changes by the Charter Review Committee, it doesn't always read consistent with state law. And so that's the thing that you want to be careful about. But it would be appropriate to identify those recommended changes that are only being changed so that they are consistent with state law.
And again, I'm going to ask this question to make sure I understand what you're saying properly. Are you suggesting that the charter language be changed to say something like descriptive caption consistent with state law? Or are you saying in the description of the introduction of the item on the ballot, that's where it says the items below are being changed to be consistent with state law?
So the latter of your statements.
Okay, great. I thought so, but I just wanted to confirm.
Right, so thoughts? So on these that are dark orange, do we need to take action on each individual one, or can we?
Sorry, Mayor. Because we will need to craft ballot language that reflects what the actual change will be, I recommend that you go through them one by one and then make a determination that you want to bundle specific ones together as a single ballot measure, under the guise that it is a change to make that language consistent with state law. Because for example, if the change were to say title and caption, the state law doesn't require the title part, but it is good to say title and caption. So we could bundle it under a compliance with state law requirement, but show that particular phrase for this particular section under that ballot measure.
If I may, Mayor, clarifying question there. Aaron, I would assert that since state law says we must read the caption, that to be compliant with state law, we need to say that every item must have a caption. And right now in our ordinance, we're saying it's optional. We're saying it can have a title or a caption. So I think that changing or to and in that, in fact, is still consistent with the state law compliance.
I agree. And so we just want to make it clear, we don't want the voters to have a way to misconstrue what we're doing. I think I agree 100%. The and is a good change to make it compliant with state law, because the caption is the right part.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And we would just, when we make the motion to approve this item, indicate that we want both changes, the and the title or to be struck in descriptive caption. We would just make that as part of our motion, correct?
Yes, and just know that what we hear from you tonight, we're going to take really good notes and use that to craft the draft ballot language for next week. And so then next week you get a second shot at refining the language so that it falls exactly in line with what you're expecting. So it does get as close as you can tonight. We'll take good notes, and then we'll refine it next week.
All right. Any further comments on this one?
Mayor, I do have one, and again, this is just a clarifier, Aaron, I want to make sure we're getting this right. So did you suggest that we would go through each one of these dark orange ones, make a motion, approve it, and then once we've done all of those, we then make an additional motion that say we want to bundle all those items?
That's my
So
recommendation.
we would vote on each one independently, and at the end, make another motion to say we want to bundle those. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So to follow up on that, are we keeping track? Are there going to be any of the, if one of the oranges can't be bundled, are we tracking so that we know which ones can't be bundled? Okay. All right. Any further questions, comments on the actual 3.16, paragraph 1? All right, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, Mayor, I'll jump in there. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve a change to section 3.16, paragraph 1. And the change would be in the sentence, the first sentence, it ends clearly summarized and fully descriptive title or caption. That should be changed to and caption. And then the next sentence, the reading aloud of the title or caption should be, the title or should be struck, and descriptive put in front of caption.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further questions, comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. All right, let me go to the next one. All right. 4.03. Okay, from the committee, provides that the municipal judge who does not report to the city manager and is a state judge of a state court hosted by the council be appointed by council from a nominee or nominees of the city manager rather than appointed by city manager for the approval by council. The committee felt the council should be responsible for the selection of a state judge of a hosted state court. Additionally, any associate judges council deems necessary shall be nominated by the municipal judge and appointed by the city council. Court clerks shall be appointed pursuant to city ordinance and state law. Attorney comments need to change to comply with state law. Council will required to appoint all judges. All right, questions, comments on that one? Sir.
I just wanted to ask Aaron, to comply with state law, does the associate judge need to be nominated by the municipal judge, or can that associate judge also be nominated by the city manager?
All the judges. The governing body appoints all the judges.
No, I get that, but there were two changes that were made by the review committee. And one, you made that change about who gets to nominate, who gets to appoint, but the other one was a change to who got to nominate the associate municipal judge. They changed it from the city manager to the municipal judge. And I guess my question is that required by state law, the nomination of associate?
Yeah, so state law is silent as far as who can nominate. It doesn't delineate who nominates. It just says that the appointment is made by the governing body, and therefore that part would be discretionary on a discretionary decision for council as far as the charter goes.
Okay. Just for what it's worth, my feeling is to just leave both of them in the hands of the city manager, but I'm open to hearing what everybody else has to say about that one.
Would that require an ordinance that specifies who gets to nominate the associate judge?
Well, if you don't include the nomination process in the charter itself, then it could be done entirely by the council. If you don't specify in charter or ordinance, if you don't specify it in the charter, you can talk about it in an ordinance. If you don't do it in an ordinance, then it's that the council does the entire process. The charter review committee proposed that it be done nominated by the municipal judge.
Okay. Councilor Prince.
I'm kind of following on Mr. Sullivan's comments. I think if we were to make this, simplify this to the extent where we can bundle it under the meeting state law requirements, then I think the changes that were proposed by the committee are a lot more than we can include and fit in that bundle. So I think we have the option to really follow the committee's request or guidance and put a lot of changes into this paragraph, in which case it's a standalone item, or back it all the way down to where all judges are appointed by the city council and leave the rest of it pretty much as is, and then it could be bundled. And Aaron, correct me if I'm misunderstanding, but I think that's kind of the status of the branch. Okay.
You're correct. Mm-hmm. That's how it would function.
And I certainly see value in the various changes that the committee has represented here. And so, I guess, Mayor, I might like to kind of hold this one onto the side for a bit and see, where we are later in the meeting, whether we want to have this as one that's a substantial change or we want to pare it all the way down to just be city council appoints all judges.
Okay. Okay. I'm good with that. That was kind of my question, is who we wanted to appoint the judges, so. Any other comments, questions, comments? So since we've addressed this one, Aaron, and following Counselor Prince's recommendation, do we hold it off or do we have to take action on it?
You can come back to it. There's no specified order of operations for this evening. The only thing you're limited to is talking about the charter and proposed changes to it.
Okay. All right. So we'll come back to that one then. That was 4.03. All right. So we'll move on to the next one. Page 8, 8.10. From the committee, change includes at least 2 readings of any ordinances authorizing bonds, COs, warrants, notes, or evidence or other evidence of indebtedness of the financial obligations of ordinance or taxes or a pledge of revenues to secure payment of indebtedness. It also provides that in the event that it did not require voter approval in the first place, if 5% of the city's qualified voters sign a petition protesting the ordinance or debt, then the city must put it before the voters. Okay. So this one has 2 sections requiring the second reading. It's actually discretionary. We'll come back to that. However, in the dark orange, the added language regarding the petition percentage is consistent with state law regarding COs, but not necessarily other types of financial obligations. See notes below regarding section 8.11. I guess that would be 8.11 paragraph 3.
Yes, sir.
Which would be existing language and proposed language is inconsistent with state law. For COs, state law specifies petitions signed by 5% of the city's qualified voters to require election. For warrants, state law specifies petitions signed by 10%. For notes, regulated under Chapter 1431 of the Texas Government Code, but it has no provision requiring an election of the citizens to issue anticipation notes. All right. Questions, comments?
Well,
Councilor Print.
this one is pretty complicated, and as everyone's pictures went away and came back, you're still hearing me okay?
Yes.
Okay. As I'm reading, understanding Ms. Silvera's feedback, we need to fix language where the state law around COs and around warrants are correctly captured in both 8.10 and 8.11. So in my mind, the changes to 8.10 and 8.11 are must do. I put this at a high priority, but they're kind of intertwined together. And I'm thinking that we, and maybe the motion becomes something like that. We ask the city staff to propose language for 8.10 and 8.11 that is consistent with state law. And then they bring that back to us. But I think they go together, and what's the current version and the proposed version both have some problems that we need Ms. Silvera's help on to get the language right.
I agree. It's
I like that. Yeah. Aaron may not, but I just get the impression we'll be talking about it for 20 minutes and still may not get it just right. And it might be better for you to just go draft some language and bring it back to us.
We can do that. If the focus is entirely on making the language consistent with the requirements of state law, then we can make that happen. If you want to deviate from state law in some manner, meaning, upping the percentages or requirements, that's the feedback I'd need to have.
well, unless anybody states otherwise, I think we're wanting to go with what the state law requires.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly, Mayor.
Yeah, I think we're all just a little bit confused on COs, warrants, notes. And because it's in two different sections, makes it a little confusing.
If you want to have a motion on that, Mr. Mayor, then, we'll prepare language and bring that back to you at your next meeting for sections 810 and 811 regarding the petition requirements to make it consistent with state law. And then you can discuss the other part, the readings, later on this evening.
Okay. Well, do I have any further questions, comments from council? Anybody from the audience? All right, I will open it up to action then.
Mayor, I will make a motion that we request that city staff draft language for sections 8.10 and 8.11, paragraph 3, around the petition so that it's consistent with state law, and bring that back to us at our next charter review meeting.
I'll second that.
All right, I have the motion by Councilor Sullivan, second by Councilor Prince. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. And we will go to the next one. So the next one's 8.11, but we covered that one, right?
Yeah.
To address 8.11 again?
No, sir, you have a full motion on that. There's nothing separate in that one that would need to be addressed separately.
Mayor,
Yes.
we lost Arch somewhere. So I don't know.
I saw him drop right before we did the
Yeah.
motion, Mayor.
So he did not vote on that one.
Oh, okay. All right. So just make the note. It was a vote. It was still unanimous, but it was a 6-0 vote, not a 7-0 vote, because we'd lost Arch. You should make that.
5-0 vote, Mayor, because remember, Dave's not here.
All right. Can't keep up with all these people. 5-0 vote as opposed to a 6-0 vote. Still unanimous.
Yes.
All right. Well, I don't see anything below that, so now we go back up to the pink or light orange issues. Anybody see anything I'm not seeing? Okay. Change screens again. So that puts us up at the top, and we're at 1.04. Okay, so the committee proposes increasing the power within the charter to annex and fix the boundaries of the city to the extent state law allows. This was in some part due to the state limiting the power of the cities to annex recently, and the committee felt that the state's actions have reduced the ability of a city to abuse its annexation powers. The change would give the city the ability to annex to the full extent allowed by state. Okay, so the attorney notes, not a mandatory but recommended change, having authority to annex property that is not adjacent to the city may be important. Contiguity is required except for property that is city owned. This is often how cities grow and create new areas of continuity. Okay, questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor, this, if you choose to move forward with this one, council does, this could be bundled with the consistent with state law grouping.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Aaron, I just had one question. So can't remember exactly when it was, 2019, 2020, we annexed the old Otwell house, the Marshall's Point house. I don't believe it was contiguous to city boundaries, but we owned it, so we were able to. So I guess what I'm saying is, even though our charter didn't provide us the authority to do it, state law trumps the charter. Is that an accurate statement?
No, not necessarily. I don't believe that state law preempts the field in this regard. And that's why I think it's important to amend the charter to make it clear that we have the authority to annex property that belongs to us.
So not to point any fingers at anybody, are you saying that you now in hindsight feel uncomfortable that we did that annexation, given that it was not contiguous with city boundaries?
Well, I feel like it could, if we had been called into question with regard to the charter language, we would have to point to state law. It could have been an issue. It is a non-issue now.
Sure. Yeah. And
Yes.
I think I'm just trying to get to kind of a bigger overarching question, which is, if we have something that's in our charter that conflicts by state law, does state law trump what we have in our charter? That was and if that's the case, some of these changes, if we're trying to economize on how many things we put on the ballot, can we do that in this particular instance is really what I'm trying to get at, and other instances like this?
That's a very good question. And I've explained this in a couple of different ways, try to make it as concise as possible. There are some provisions for which the charter can be more stringent or expansive. But then there are some specific state laws that preempt or are controlling or govern regardless of what you have in your charter. You have to look at it item by item and law by law to determine whether or not you're either preempted or if state law governs regardless of your charter, or if the charter can be expanded. For example, there are some things that the city can do in our charter to expand some election related requirements, but there are certain limitations to that. And so it's important that you look closely. I think in this case, it is important to reflect in our charter, and I think that our charter review committee wisely recognized that it's important that the charter be as accurate as possible in this regard, especially given that annexation is so difficult these days, that it'd be better to make this change.
And I'll be very clear here. I'm fully in favor of this change and making sure it's spelled out clearly. I'm just thinking as we go through these 40 items of economizing, but if you, I think you indicated this one can go in the bundle with state law, and so no problem. Thank you.
I guess I want to make clear the reason I said it's not mandatory is that, you know, there is the state law that gives us the authority to do this. And I think we could lean on that where necessary. I think you put yourself in the position of a potential fight or discussion or argument over whether, you know, which one controls. So it's better to have the charter consistent.
Yep, I would agree. Yeah, I don't think we want to hamstring ourselves. So if it benefits us by making sure that we're in following state law, then that's what we need to do. We need to make sure we are capable of doing everything we can as far as the city. Anybody else? Questions, comments? All right. Anybody from the audience? I have no visual from anybody in the audience, so it seems like everybody in the audience has turned their camera off. So if you're wanting to comment, I cannot see you. So, hey, there's Mr. Roberts. All right. Seeing that, yes, comment. Okay.
Hey, just real quick, there's a section in the charter that spoke about term. We had some discussions during the charter review committee about term limits and stuff, and I just want to make kind of a side comment here, but regarding Mr. Sullivan's comments and observations, I was advocating for no term limits myself, and I think Mr. Sullivan his exemplifies why allowing people to serve for many years on our council is important, because they have the history that they can reflect upon, and that brings a lot of value to important things like this. So thank you, Kevin, for the valuable input you've been adding all night. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. I don't think that was pertinent to the issue we were discussing, but thank you. Anybody else? All right, if that's it, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'll take this one, Mayor. I would move that in section 1.04, paragraph A, we strike the words adjacent property.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Sullivan. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Okay, hearing none, motion carries unanimous. So a question, going through the dark orange, it seems like we pulled out 2 of the 3, 4. Is this the second one? Can this one be bundled? Is this one of the ones we need to consider to be bundled?
1.04, Mr. Mayor, is that what you're talking about? The one that just voted on? Or
Yes.
which one? Yeah. 1.04, this one that was just voted on, is something that could be bundled.
Okay. I'm trying to keep track of all the ones that can be bundled, and I'm thinking I could be corrected here. We started with the dark orange, but going through the dark orange ones, we didn't really find anything that could be bundled, but yet now we're to the light orange. This one can be bundled. Am I off track on those?
Mayor, I think 3.16 could also be bundled with this. So now I think we've got two that could be bundled under state law. They happen to be different colors on Aaron's color chart, but 3.16 and 1.04, as we've already approved, I believe she said could be bundled.
Okay, so we're at 2 right now. Okay, that's what I was thinking. We were at 2.
Well, and Mayor, I think 8.10 and 8.11, when they bring that back, they're going to do it just to be consistent with state law. So I think those can be bundled. And then obviously we'll come back to 4.03 later and make a decision on it as to whether we're just going to keep that to consistent with state law if we want to be more expansive.
Okay.
I agree.
Wow. All right. I've scribbled some notes. Okay, I'll try to remember that. 403 and 810, 811. Okay.
I'm
right.
secretly hoping Aaron's keeping some notes too and might help us at the end on that.
All right, so we'll go to the next light orange. Page 2, item number 8, 3.03. Committee felt that it was inappropriate for the council to determine whether qualifications of the candidates for elected office were met or not assigned, were met or not, and assign that task to the city secretary. The candidates for appointed office were removed from this section as those candidates serve with the pleasure of council and are not running for election against members of council. Attorney notes, not mandatory, but recommended change. This is an appropriate change given the duties assigned to the city secretary under the Texas Election Code. However, council should be the judge of the qualifications of officials appointed by the council. All right, questions, comments? None?
Mayor, this is Councilman Sullivan. I like this one. I think it's an important one. I think it's one that we should consider adopting. The only thing that I would point out is the way it reads from the Charter Review Committee. It says the city secretary shall be the judge of the qualifications of all candidates for elected officers, is what it says. And I think that should say office, elected office.
Okay, mine
So if we
says
do-
elected office. Well, I'm reading the one that Aaron put out. It says elected office.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I guess I'm still looking at the
Red
version
line.
from the 22nd.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
The version as delivered to us by, correct, Kevin, the version as delivered to us by the committee has that language. And I think it looks like Aaron has already corrected the grammar as you are as well.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else? All right. Anybody from the audience? Hey, Arch is back. So before I go to action, Arch, have you been able to track? Do you know what we're speaking about right now?
I think I just caught up just a second ago because I was out of my internet's gone out again, so I just now turned it back on. I see that you're on 3.03. Is that correct?
We are on, yes. So did you have any questions, comments on that one?
No, sir.
All right, well then I will bring it to action. I'm open for action. Sullivan,
Mayor, I will make a motion that we accept the suggested change to section 3.03 for it to read, the city secretary shall be the judge of the qualifications of all candidates for elected office.
I'll second
Second.
that.
all right, I have the motion and the second by Councilor Prince. Any further questions? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, the motion carries unanimous.
Just one quick question, Mayor. Aaron, is this one that can be bundled? I just saw your comments about duties assigned by the Texas Election Code, so I'm being optimistic.
Yeah.
There's nothing that strictly, no state law that strictly says that the city secretary is the judge of qualifications for the elections. They have a bunch of duties under the election law, but this is not something that's strictly called out. So even though we are making it consistent with how the law functions, it's not strictly in compliance with what state law says. So
Okay, fair enough. I was just trying to be optimistic there. Okay, thank you.
Hey, good try. All right, we'll go to the next one. Page 5, number 24, 4.01, paragraph 3. From the committee provides that all inquiries and investigations under charter will give access to council or its designee to city personnel. This was necessary as the current code refers to investigations and inquiries under this subsection, which there are none. And the attorney note, all it says is good change.
sometimes less is more. I guess the one thing, Mr. Mayor, that I would say to that is the only thing that gave me pause was the fact that assuming that the city council is only going to assign a designee that's someone who has kind of legal representation, it is very common for council to hire an outside firm to do some kind of investigation for them or perform that kind of service. You couldn't just call up your friend and go, hey, you guys, y'all stand in our shoes. There are prohibitions against delegating certain duties. This as, designate. So it's a good change. You want to be able to have someone else do part of that where they have specific expertise, legal or investigative, but
I'm a little confused.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm on the wrong item, but those comments didn't seem to relate. I thought we were on 4.01.
am I?
Yeah, paragraph 3.
That designee language is in a different section paragraph.
Oh,
I think this is the change of subsection to charter.
Sorry, hang on one second. I've looked at this too long, and now this is what happens when you think you know what you're looking at, and then hang on.
If you're looking that up, I need to step away for just a second.
Hold on one here. Paragraph 3. Okay, yeah, that's that. Oh, yeah, that's a simple, sorry, my mistake. Yeah, changing it from subsection to charter. That just is a simple correction that needs to be made. Because there is nothing, no other reference in the subsection. Did we lose the mayor?
He walked away for just a minute.
Yeah, if I may make a comment here, that change is certainly simple. The part of this paragraph that is giving me pause is the first sentence, which says that the council, except, and notice that it doesn't say anything about the mayor, but it says the council, except as provided for in section 3.06, which is the mayor, shall direct and blah, 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 goes on from there. We're going to be coming back to talk about section 3.23, which it talks about the interaction relationship between the council and city manager and city staff. And I would assert that depending on what we do with 3.23, we may need to have a conversation about 3.06, which is the mayor's section. And then this first sentence may need to be adjusted. I've got some penciled in language here that says the council and mayor, except as provided for in sections 3.06 and 3.23 of this chapter. So again, I think this may be one that we're going to have to circle back on. I think that the vote of changing the word subsection to charter is really simple, but I'm going to suggest we may need to touch this paragraph again in later conversation. And I guess, Aaron, your guidance on, is it appropriate for us to handle a simple motion that is this subsection of charter change now, knowing that we may come back with another motion later on that also changes this paragraph? If that's acceptable, that may be the easiest way to move forward.
Yes, that's, there's no specific formula on how you do this, as long as what motion you make is clear. So if you want to make a motion just to accept or recommend changing this subsection to charter, and then we'll come back to the other part later at the end, that's perfectly acceptable.
Okay.
Sorry, man. I was just going to say, and since that other change is unrelated to this change, I'd advocate that we go ahead and make this change.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Anybody else? Council? Anybody from the audience? If not, I'll entertain the motion then.
Mayor, I'd like
Council.
to make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Councilor Mary.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that we accept the edit to section 4.01, paragraph 3, to replace subchapter with charter.
I would just ask that if we'd be okay to amend that, it's not subchapter, but subsection to charter.
That is correct.
Oh, then I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Sullivan. Any further discussion? All right, hang on a second. I've lost all of y'all. Okay, there we go. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. I will let y'all know where I'm at. I am on satellite internet, and I have a massive thunderstorm coming through right now. I could lose internet. So just letting y'all know. Arch,
Yes, sir.
just be ready in case I lose. If I disappear, you gotta run the rest of the meeting.
We'll suspend the meeting if you do.
Oh, okay. All right, so let's go to the next one. Let's see. Light pink. All right, we're down to page. It says page 10. Page 10, number 49. 10.07. The word connection from the council, from the committee, it says the word connection appears to have been a conversion error or autocorrect error, and it was clear to mean correction. Attorney notes say substantive correction recommended. Okay, so my question, we're making a change in one word from connection or correction or vice versa. Why is this substantive? Why is this not a non-substantive correction?
If we include in our non-substantive category Scrivener's errors, we could include that. Our previous ballot language did not call out Scrivener's error. I think this is a Scrivener's error. So we could do that. Because the word in context makes zero sense otherwise.
Yeah.
Totally
my
in favor of
I
that.
think you could. We just need to make sure that one proposition is accurate, is written broad enough to cover that.
Okay. That would be my recommendation. We make that and include it in the. Anybody else comments?
Good.
That's right on, Mayor.
All right. So do we have to take action on this one?
For the record, it'd be good to have someone vote to have it bundled with the non-substantive corrections. Non-substantive. Mhm.
All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll move that we accept the committee's recommendation to change in section 10.07 to change the word connection to correction and that we bundle that change with the other non-substantive changes that we've passed a motion on earlier.
Second.
All right. I have the motion and a second by Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. Let's see. Go to the last page. Is there any orange on the last page? No. All right. So that's all of the light colored orange. We'll go back to the top.
Mayor, if I may, from a process perspective, you kind of stepped out, so I don't know how much of my comment you heard earlier. We just did a motion on section 4.01, which is the light orange pink color. But I suggested that there's more discussion to be had on that. And maybe before we move to the next color code, now's the time to have that discussion.
Okay. Is that the only one that needs to be taken out of, or can it be put in a different color and we address it when we get to it?
Yeah, we can do it that way if you like. It logically probably I'll go back to the color coding chart here. It logically fits into Ms. Silvera's kind of bluish color, I guess. Discretionary change, not mandatory.
Okay. All right. So when we get to that, just don't let me miss it.
Gotcha.
All right. So I guess we'll go to the gray, not recommended. Let's see what we have. All right. So on page 2, number 11, which is 3.08. So we had a light green, typographical change, part of this, and then we have gray, change from executive to open session, discretionary change, not recommended. So let's see what committee has proposed. The term mayor pro tem was changed during the conversion from PDF. Okay, so that's the mayor. Also, the discussions regarding removal from office of any council member, we're moved to executive session to open session for the sake of transparency and fairness and to ensure the section complies with state law. So I'll have to let Aaron weigh in on the insured, on the state law portion of it. But personally on this one, I would recommend not changing it. The person that's, the complaints filed against, they can elect to have it in open session if they want. If we change the charter, they no longer have that option. I mean, they may want to have it in executive session, and I get the idea that the citizens want to know every single thing that goes on. There should be no secrets, no hidden agendas, no nothing. I get that. But when it comes to something like this, where it's a personal matter, the person that's been complained against may not necessarily want it be done in an open session. It may or may not. And I don't want to take that option away from them. So for me, I would say no. I would say we take that one completely out. That's my personal opinion. Anybody else? Councilor Prince?
Mayor, the language here is really confusing as it's written, and I read through this a bunch of times and talked with a number of people. Here's my understanding of the process as it's currently written in the charter. First, an allegation is made by someone, and an executive session happens strictly to make the decision of, is this allegation something that would be grounds for removal? It's not a finding of guilt or innocence. It's strictly it's a judgment of the allegation. It's not a judgment of the truth of the allegation, and that's an executive session. If in that executive session, step one, if the council decides that the allegation is in fact grounds for removal, if found to be true, then in that session, the council sets a date for the hearing. And then that leads to step two. Step two is the hearing, in which case, by default, as written, the charter says it'll be an executive session unless the person the complaint is being held about wants to go into open session. So I think it's really only that step two that we're under debate here, whether that should by default be an executive or default be an open. And I would lean to agreeing with you that by default, I like it being an executive as currently written, so that the person who's having the complaint brought against them has the option of whether they feel it's in their best interest for this to be held in private or in open session. So I would kind of second your thought there on leave it as is.
Okay, and I'm going to have to ask Aaron for some help here, because my understanding is that maybe it's different, whether it's rules of procedure, whether it's ethics, whether it's charter. There, violations can be handled differently. My understanding is that when the complaint is filed, that the step one is that it's done in open session, and then it is decided if council determines it needs further investigation, then it goes to executive session. And then step two comes into play. Aaron, can you help us out on the step one? Is step one, and does it matter whether it's rules of procedure or charter or ethics or?
So this is really where the Open Meetings Act issue comes into play. When you have official decisions made by the city council, whether it's a decision that's subject to it based on the ethics policy or otherwise, the only time that you're allowed to do it in executive session and is if it falls in one of the exceptions that are allowed under the Open Meetings Act. The Open Meetings Act does allow for personnel matters to be discussed in executive session. So any part of that could be discussed in executive session, whether it's step one or step two. The way the charter's laid out, both steps kind of start in executive session. It would have to be posted on the agenda as an executive session item unless you change, the voters change the charter. Any action taken though, if there's a vote, that has to happen in open session. So discussion of the items, some deliberation about it, getting legal advice about it, allowing people to present their sides of it, that could all happen in executive session under the personnel exception. But any final decision on whether there needs to be further action, that would have to be a vote in open session under the Open Meetings Act. So there's the setting a time and date for a hearing would have to happen in open session because that's a vote of the council. But the putting it on there, hearing the allegation, all of that could happen in exec, as well as the hearing part of it, the kind of step two, the hearing could happen in exec session. Outcomes of that hearing would have to be announced, decisions made in open session, because that's any decisions. You can't have a vote in executive session. That's your limitation. You can go through the details in exec, but you can't have a vote.
All right, so I understand that, but I'm still confused about step one. And I'm gonna bring up some case history here. About a year ago, less than a year ago, I had two complaints filed against council members. The step one was done in open session. And if I'm understanding this correct, it says our step one should be done in executive session. So did we not do it right last fall, or is step one supposed to be done in open session?
So Mr. Mayor, I don't know that there was a full discussion of the complaint and a determination on whether there's sufficient grounds to move forward. I don't believe that happened in open session entirely. There was executive session discussion and guidance, legal advice given about the process and discussion of the allegations, but the actions were all taken in open session as they are required to be under state law.
Yeah,
We
no,
can go
both
back
of them.
I'd have to watch the tapes to.
No, both of them were read in open session before anything else. They were never discussed in executive. They were both done in open session.
I believe the agenda items were written and announced in open session. I believe you're correct in that. And that's, I mean, they would have to be read in, as in open session, as you read every agenda item for executive session anyway. So I don't believe the full extent of the allegations were read in open session though. My memory could fail me though. We could, but the way it's written here, now, so the one other thing to consider is that this says that it should be considered in, currently the language says executive session, the proposed change is open session. Keep in mind that the Open Meetings Act does not require you to have those discussions in executive session. It merely allows you to do that. The way the current charter language would point you to that it's essentially required to be done in executive session unless it's changed. So the proposal, the way it reads, if the council moves forward with the Charter Review Committee's proposal, you would be required to lay out everything in open session, required to make a determination on whether there's a hearing in open session, and required to take evidence in open session. Unless, and so there would need to be another tweak to that, as Councilor, I believe Prince pointed out last time, that there's that other language that would need to be deleted if you're to move forward with the open session side. If you want to have it all remain in executive session, you would have an agenda item on the executive session, noted as an executive session, to hear a complaint in accordance with 551.074 personnel matters, a charge against, and then you would either name the person, because you have to either name them, or if they have a specific title that identifies the person, you can use their title. So you have to be able to identify who the complaint or charge is against. So you have that as an agenda item, language on the agenda. Then you would recess into executive session, hear the allegations, have discussion about it, reach some, have your discussions, and then come out of executive session into open session to have a vote on whether or not there needs to be a hearing. And then the hearing part of it would happen as an executive session item. Any results of the hearing would have to be announced in open session as a vote decision. So it's a back and forth kind of process, the way the Open Meetings Act requires, allows for that to work. Does not require, but allows for that to work.
Okay. Well, I'm not in favor of changing it. I mean, I understand the recommendation from the committee. I get it. I think, I understand where they're coming from. They as a committee, they think the public should be privileged to everything. And I don't know, I'm not in favor of that. There's issues that regarding personnel and actions, things that happen that don't necessarily need to be, every piece of dirty laundry does not necessarily need to be aired in open session. You know, there's the people that are working committees, working on city council. It depends on the allegation. I don't know, the complaint. You know, some things definitely need to be brought forward, but some things don't need to be brought forward to open session for everybody to know, because some things are just you know, they're just not that bad. I don't know. I personally, I don't think we should change it. Anybody else? Councilor Davila.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to weigh in on that. I believe that you're absolutely correct, and I believe that the majority of the people that have served on former councils would agree that that is the proper way to handle personnel matters for sure. I don't know what other complaints could possibly be had, but I think when it comes to personnel matters, they should they may be announced in open session to occur in executive session. And if there's any action to be taken after the executive session, then we'll come back out into open session and disclose what the action was that was taken.
Yeah.
One good example that you
That's
might
my view.
Yes, Aaron.
personnel related matters, if it's brought against council member, for example, you would not necessarily want to air, you know, if there was an issue related to sexual harassment, for example, you don't want to, you want to respect the privacy of the person who was being harassed. And forcing this in open session to address the aggressor is one thing, but then what you're doing is forcing the victim to be exposed. And so that's part of the rationale why personnel matters. One of the reasons why personnel matters can be considered in executive session. So.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand the citizens want to know as much as they can about their elected officials, but situation dictates. There's sometimes a situation, it doesn't need to be aired at a city council meeting. You know, I mean, if it's something that's going to be, you know, bad enough, it's going to make the airwaves anyway. I don't know. I'm just not in favor. Anybody else, council? All right. That's it with council. I see a couple of hands from the audience. I see Christina Lucero.
I was just going to say that you guys keep saying personnel. These are, well, at least the city council members and the mayor. These are public officials, so it's not as discreet as saying personnel. And then second of all, what is the difference between having someone rub it under, sweep it under the rug? I mean, I think that for you to say that sometimes things should come out and sometimes they shouldn't, I mean, if there's not something written, who's to say that it should or it shouldn't? I think having something written about it would bring it to light. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dermott.
Yes, I'm trying something new. I've never done this on my phone before. So hopefully it's working. But I wanted to, this is more, I'm not trying to persuade anybody at this point, but I do want to make sure that all the council understands is that once these allegations are made, it's not going to be discreet. You're going to have to say in open session who it is that's involved in terms of who's accused, and that at least that there's a charge against them, and probably have to specify in some minor detail what the charge is. But once the complaint is filed and the process starts, then I mean that person is not. I mean, you're gonna have to say in open session basically who it is, and then that charge against them is pretty well going to be known. So once you do that, you can say, all right, we accuse somebody, or somebody's been accused, and this is the accusation. Okay, we're going to go back in executive session and talk about it. I just want to make sure you all understand that that's how it's going. That's how it goes, and so that you're operating from a well-informed standpoint while you make the decision here. That's all I needed to say.
Right, and I get that, but like Aaron pointed out earlier, what if there's an innocent victim involved, and so now we're, let's say there's an ethics violation, and it's a moral issue, and we've got an ethics violation, and we're accusing somebody of sexual harassment, and the victim doesn't want doesn't want to be aired in an open session. What safety does that person have? Now we're going to put everything in an open session, and we're going to be discussing the accusations, the issues with this person in open session because the citizens wants to know everything that's going on. But yet now you're putting an innocent victim, their identity and everything about the case is going to be, put out in open session.
Well, with all due respect, Mayor, if the person accused of the violation says I want to have it in open session, or that they want to have it in open session, it's going to be an open session anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
And so you're putting the ability to, that's. I just want to make sure you're all informed that if you're trying to protect the person accused of the violation of any disparagement, it's not going to do that, because you're going to have to say basically who it was and what they're accused of. Am I correct, Aaron?
You have to give a general description. You don't have to give the intimate details. And I think
Right.
that's part of the rationale for executive session, especially in the circumstance where there's an allegation, and after discussion, it turns out that the allegation was either false or based on a misunderstanding. And then, so you don't have to, you're not forced to air the details, but yeah, you do have to have a description. There has to be an identification of the person, and there has to be an identification of that there has been a charge and what that charge is related to, a charge or a complaint, and what that complaint's related to.
Correct.
Yeah, I find a little bit of a conflict also. Council just adopted the rules of procedure at the last meeting where we want to handle everything at the lowest level. And one of the options was, if it didn't meet the requirement, if it didn't rise to a level where it was determined it needed to be brought forth to council, that it could be handled at the liaison level. But yet now we're looking at a charter amendment that everything is going to have to be brought, forward and be handled in open session. So we could have like a minor incident that could probably be handled by the liaison at, just say, hey, don't do this again, slap on the wrist type incident. But now we're going to change our charter to say, no, this has got to be, everything's got to be brought forward in open session. And I don't know, it just seems like a conflict. Yes, Mr. Durbin.
And that's not necessarily the case. Only, as I understand, this is only going to apply when somebody has filed a sworn complaint. So if it's a minor deal, and no sworn complaint is filed, then none of this applies. And you can still handle it at the charter level, at the liaison level, or the lowest level.
Yeah, the charge has to be that an act or omission constitutes a reason for removal. So,
right.
So the minors wouldn't have to necessarily
it's got to be written down and sworn to as well.
All right. Well, as long as that's a clear delineation that it doesn't apply to all actions. Yes, Councilor Prince.
Well, I was going to say what Ms. Silvera just said, that this is only talking about complaints that are grounds for dismissal. So it's not, I don't like the tie this guy is wearing, or, he cut me off in traffic. That's not what we're talking about here. So, again, I'll come back that the first pass on this is an executive session where the council is saying, is this allegation, in fact, if it were found to be true, would it be grounds for dismissal? And if the answer to that question is yes, then it needs to move forward. I would assert that that first step is appropriately discussed in executive session. And then the result of that would be, obviously, as Ms. Silvera told us, would be a vote in open session, and in which case we would already have posted the agenda item saying we're considering this, and we'd come back and we'd say, in executive session, we discussed this, we took a vote, we found that, or we're about to take a vote, we will take a vote in open session, and we'll either find that it's worthy of moving forward or not. For me, the really significant question is, should that next step be in open session? Should all the discussion be in open session or not? And right now, the way the language is, as has been pointed out, I think by Ms. Lucero and Mr. Durbin both, right now it's pretty one-sided, that the only person who can decide to pull it to open session is the person being complained against. Perhaps we should, hear the intent of what the committee is saying here and say we should be a little broader in how things get to open session, whether, we consider a request, a council vote to do it in an open session versus executive session, something other than the only way it gets to open session is if the person being complained against decides they want it to be there. So yeah, I guess as I said, this is a tough one, but I understand the need to protect the person being complained against, but I also understand that in some cases it's probably appropriate to have an open session discussion around it. In other cases, it would not be. And the question is how we make that decision.
Yeah. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to point out, I believe this particular section is all about removal of a council member or mayor. I don't think it has anything to do with committee members, for example. So I think we're only talking about council members and the mayor. But I just, I've listened to what everybody has had to say, and Mayor, I have to say, I think I agree with you. I don't know that this is a change that needs to be made, quite frankly. If we're going to be economical in the ones that we want to put on there, to me, this one doesn't rise to the level of something that needs to be put to the vote. Just my personal opinion.
Yeah. And yeah, I know the way it's written, it says mayor and council, but we also have ordinances that said that if you're an appointed committee member, you have to follow, you're subject to the same rules, procedures, everything as council. So,
I understand that, but ordinances are subject to, they're subservient to the charter.
yeah.
And if the charter in this particular section is only talking about council members and the mayor, I don't believe that this particular section can be used against a committee member. I would bow to Aaron, what Aaron says, but that's the way I would read that.
Okay. Well, that's good. If that's the case, then great.
Marion?
Councilor
Yes,
Mary.
I actually, thank you, Aaron. I actually have a question, and it's perfectly in alignment with what Kevin just said. Is this only applicable to council members and the mayor, or are we broadening this to include committee members or board members or anything else? Or is this only applicable to council and the mayor as far as all of this goes?
So I'm assuming that's a question for me. So the charter language exclusively applies to the council, which includes the mayor. The rules of procedure can adopt that same process for as applicable to your regulatory and advisory boards, committees, and commissions. But as we've had some discussion about that, there are some limitations about how you apply it to your boards, committees, and commissions, because you don't have the authority under the Open Meetings Act to have executive session discussions about your advisory board members, because they, under the personnel exception, because they are not, they don't qualify as public officers. They're advisory only. To qualify now, in contrast, your regulatory board members, for example, your members of the Board of Adjustment, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and your board Building and Standards Commission, those folks, because they are appointed for a set term, they have some final decision-making power, they have the regulatory authority, they would qualify as someone who could use the personnel exception under the Open Meetings Act. So if there was a personnel related issue, you could apply that same process as is explained in the charter, but but the rules of procedure have to lay out that is the process. It's the charter doesn't do it itself. It's the rules of procedure that say follow the process in the charter. Assuming that's what it says. And I know we just talked about this a couple weeks ago, but I have to look at it again to tell you definitively. But the charter language itself does not strictly apply this to anyone other than the council. This section is only about the council. So you can do it by extension through the rules of procedure, but not in the charter itself. Is that clear?
Okay. I was just going to say, if I can just reiterate what I think I heard. So the charter really focuses specifically on the council, which includes the mayor. Mm-hmm. The rules of procedure could adopt that same process, but it would have to be explicitly stated in the rules of procedure to follow the charter only for your boards that are not advisory in nature or not purely advisory in nature. So the three that you named.
That's correct.
And if the rules of procedure don't specifically say follow the charter in these cases, then it does not apply.
That's right. It should lay out its own specific process or point to another rule or ordinance for the process that should be applied in that context.
Thank you, Eric.
All right. Anybody else? All right. I've already had some citizens' comments, but Is there anybody else from citizens that would like to comment? All right, well, if that is it, then I will entertain a motion on this item. This is 3.08.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I do have one, I apologize, one question before we take a motion. I think I heard Aaron say earlier that even if a motion is made not to accept the committee's edit, that there needs to be some clarification because the way that it's written currently makes it, currently in the charter makes it seem as if things must occur in executive session, but I think I heard her say something earlier about it could, but it doesn't have to. And so my question here is, even if we don't accept the change as recommended by the committee, do we need to make some other sort of edit here, Aaron, to clean up the language and make it not seem as if it must be an executive session?
So the charter language as written could stand, and the council has the authority to require that the process start in executive session. The law does not require you to do that, but the council can require it through the charter that that's the preferred method to start the process. The only time, so the only thing that you know, keeping in mind that this process, the way the language is written right now, discusses all of the executive session discussion. We just have to keep in mind that any vote has to happen in open session. So the one place where I think we might want, if you want to make it, there is a question about whether a change would be necessary, is that final paragraph, that final sentence that says, if a majority of the council finds the complaint alleges a violation that is grounds for removal, it shall set a date and time for hearing in executive session on the complaint. That sentence can be read two ways. So if you read that sentence to say that you set the time, like during executive session, you set the time, that can't happen because you got to have a vote in open session to set a time and date. Or you could read that sentence to say that you, in open session, you will set a time for the hearing to occur in executive session. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's two ways to read that. So depending on how you interpret that sentence, you may or may need to make an adjustment. That's the only place that I feel like that there's some potential ambiguity.
So perhaps something like, if a majority of the council finds the complaint alleges a violation that is grounds for removal, it shall set a time and date in open session for a hearing to occur in executive session on the complaint, something along those lines.
Correct.
Hang on. Well, and also remember, this one had some non-substantive changes to it. So even if we didn't change the substantive part, there were some non-substantive portions that had to come forward. Dealing with the Mayor Pro Term thing. Yes, Miss Lucero.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this one of those incidences where it would still be if two or more city council members came forward and wanted it in open session that it could happen? Is that still stand like usual?
I don't know what you're talking about. When it comes to setting the agenda, there's two or more council members that can put something on the agenda.
Bring it to like to the citizens. Yeah.
I don't know if that applies to executive or open session.
Things can be brought forward out of executive session if two or more city council members opt for it too, correct?
No, I don't believe no, that's not.
No,
That's not
under the existing language, the only person who would have the authority or right to require that the discussion be in open session is the person against who the complaint is brought. And that's an Open Meetings Act requirement.
Aaron, if I may just clarify on Ms. Lucero's point. So in a scenario where a complaint is moving forward and two of the council members specifically say, we want to add an agenda item to discuss this complaint that's in flight that's about to be discussed in executive session, does that force it to be on the agenda for open session under the rules that she's asking about?
No, the charter would require that it be considered under the existing language as it is today. It would have to go on for the executive session agenda, unless the person against who the complaint was filed requests that it be discussed in open session. So if that's not what you want, then you've got to propose a change to the charter to fix that.
Hey, one more comment, if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. The more I'm hearing this discussion, it feels like, pretty strong feedback from the committee that there needs to be some way for more of these discussions to happen in open session. So, there's clearly discomfort with at least some of the council on the language as proposed by the committee. But it seems like the committee members we're hearing from feel pretty strongly that the language as is problematic and not open enough to the city. So I'm leaning towards something that allows step 2 of the process, as we've been referring it here, to have a way to be done in open session. Right now it's by default in an executive unless one person chooses to drive it to open session. And I think, more paths to it being an open session is what I'm hearing is the request from our citizen committee. Exactly what the language of that is, I'm not sure what the best solution would be.
All right. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. So that's the dynamic of this particular process. The Charter Review Committee gets together and puts a bunch of things forward, and then it's our role to make the decision whether or not it goes on or not. I get it that this one was a particular hot button for them. But if we stop and add every single one of these that they push forward, we're going to end up with 45 items on the ballot and no one's going to read them. So it's one of those things where you have to take that into account. And quite frankly, I just don't see that this one rises to the level of it. What I would say is this: whether it happens in open session or not, there'll be 50 rumors that are on social media within hours of anything coming down. Okay, you'll get all your prurient interest on social media if that's what you want. I don't know that that's good for the city, but if that's what people want, more power to them. I just personally believe that this particular item isn't going to be good for the city in the long run, and it's going to bulk up the ballot language to the point where no one's going to go through any of it. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Ms. Lucero.
I think transparency expected from the city council is something that the citizens are going to go and vote for and make important. Transparency.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Roberts, Paul Roberts.
I think that finding a way to get transparency for council members who are accused of wrongdoing such that they could be removed from the council is something that should be sought. Everybody's making good points. I think there's good arguments on both sides, but anything you guys can come up with to try to bridge that, I do think it's worth space on the ballot. Transparency, a city council who, it's hard to, I don't think anybody would want to be, everybody likes to have some privacy, especially in sensitive matters. But when you become a public official, it's too bad, so sad. I mean, if anything, knowing as a public official, if you know that that dirty laundry is going to get aired, if you're accused of graft, if you're accused of wrongdoing, or if you're accused of sexual harassment, whatever the accusation is, if it rises to the level of a violation of our charter, well, maybe you'll be less inclined to embrace that wrongdoing or travel down that road if you know just that one level of privacy is removed. I don't know. I just, finding a way, I think, would be good. And I think that the city citizens, frankly, would applaud you guys for opening up, providing that visibility in such matters such as those. I think you would be applauded for that. It's good. People like transparency. And it takes a brave politician to do something like that.
Well, I get that. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I'm trying to think. I mean, an official complaint can be filed by pretty much anybody. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's potential that somebody could file an official complaint against a council member every week. And so every single council meeting, we would have to, in open session, address the official complaint against somebody. If let's say you get two council members that don't like each other, and so one council member decides they're just going to file official complaint against the other person every single time. So every single council meeting, now we've got an official complaint. Now it's got to be done in open session. It's got to be hashed out, in open session. And that person, whether council takes action or not, they know that they can file an official complaint every single week and get it heard in a public hearing setting, in an open meeting session. I'm not sure I'm not sure we want to open that door so that, so-and-so can file a complaint against so-and-so and have it heard in every single council meeting in public session.
I would contend that that scenario is less likely than the possibility of a councilman getting accused of a graft, for example, or not, some other wrongdoing. We can come up with antagonists, go back and forth. Ultimately, you guys have to come up with something which would either you do or you don't, or you find something in the middle. And there's lots of reasons for and against. And I think a lot of those who are against this, I think what I'm hearing mostly are worst case scenarios, but they're also highly unlikely scenarios. But they have to be taken into consideration too. I mean, they're valid. So it's tough.
Yeah.
But I think Kevin makes a good point too. There's only so much space, and is this one of the things we want to do? Is there something more important?
Yeah. You say highly unlikely, but you'll be surprised.
Oh,
People are,
our town can definitely deliver surprises. That's true.
all right. All right. So I'm taking this back to council now. Is there any other council discussion? If not, I'm entertain a motion. Councilor Sullivan.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we decline to take any action on this particular item in section 3.08 around open and executive session.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Davila.
Oh,
Any further discussion? Councilor Marion.
Mayor, yes, I would make a motion that we amend that to modify the language of the last sentence of the first paragraph. If a majority of the council finds the complaint alleges a violation that is grounds for removal, it shall set a time and date in open session for a hearing to occur in executive session on the complaint.
So does that come back to me to accept or reject that amendment? So I'm going to reject that. To me, this one doesn't rise to the level. We can take a vote on it, and if it doesn't pass, someone can come back and make another motion.
All right, so the way I understand the rule of procedure, if you do not accept that amendment, then it does not pass. We do not take a vote on that. Is that correct?
We do not take a vote on the amendment, correct?
Right. All right, so the requested amendment is not accepted. So I have the original motion and the second by Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right, so I got 2 nays. So the motion passes 4-2. All right, we will go to the next. All right, 308. And this discussion is so long. Look, I'm looking at light blue, right? So 3.17.
Oh, I thought we were on the gray.
Right. On it. See?
Yeah, so 4.03.1.
4.03.1.
Yeah.
All right, that's page 6, 4.03.1. New paragraph from the committee. New paragraph made necessary by the change to a court of record. The committee felt that the citizens of Lago deserved a judiciary which is more experienced and less conflicted than that allowed under the minimum requirements under the state law. This is a discretionary change according to attorney comments. Discretionary change, not necessarily to comply. State law specifies the qualifications for abuse of court of record judge. State constitution and laws govern the disqualification and recusal of judges. It includes the issues related to proposed language in section C and D. All right. In my opinion, this is another one that doesn't need to move forward. The only thing I would say, if we wanted to look at an ordinance that increased the level of experience from the minimum of 2 years to a certain higher level, 3, 4, 5, whatever, I would entertain that ordinance later on. But as far as a charter change, I don't think any of this is necessary. This is one that doesn't need to move forward, in my opinion. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Weatherly.
There's no other position in the city, on the council, or anything else that lists requirements within the charter. This is not necessary. This is excessive and above. what we have with all the other positions. This does not need to go further down the road.
Thank you. Anybody else? Council? All right, anybody from the audience? All right, I will entertain a motion. Mr. Sullivan,
Thank you, Mayor. I would make a motion that we decline to move forward with the item in section 4.03.1.
Second.
all right, I have the motion and a second by Councilor Davila. Any further questions? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, we'll go to the next gray.
I think that was the
And I
last
don't
one,
think
Mayor.
that was the last one. So let me go back to the top. And what color are we on now? Now we're at blue. Discretionary change. All right, so we'll go by section. This one contains a lot. Don't let me forget that one, 4.03, I think you said it was. But we'll start with section 1. We're looking at 1.01.
Mayor, a point of something, I forget what it's called, but we've been going for 2.5 hours and we're about to enter this blue section, which is very long. I'm wondering if it's a good time to take a 10-minute break.
Sure, let's do 12.
Okay.
We will recess at 8:03 and we will return at 8:15.
Thank you.
All right, we're at 4:06.
It was a motion to recess that I should have asked for. I couldn't think of what it was called.
Yeah, good enough.
Yeah. A point of something. That was the best I could come up with.
All right, we have Shalane. We're just waiting on Arch.
Robert Durbin asked me to let you guys know that his phone died. So there you go.
All right, so we have everybody back, and we will reconvene into open session at 8:16 p.m. And we are on category 1, section 1. We have 2, actually 1 was already considered, so we have 1. 1.01, committee felt it was important to state in the charter the official name of the city. Attorney says it's up to us, discretionary. Thoughts? Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the city's name is already stated in that first paragraph. I'm not in favor of moving forward with this one.
Mr. Davila.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing that Councilor Sullivan just said. It's right at the top of the header that you see when you look at the very first page at the top. It says that the charters for the city of Lago Vista. It doesn't say Lago Vista, Texas. It just says the city of Lago Vista. I think that's sufficient.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is unnecessary myself. Anybody else? Anybody from the audience? All right, we'll consider, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change about the city name in section 1.01.
Second.
And a second from Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we'll go to section 2. All right, so 2.01, 2.02, 2.03, 2.06. We have 4 that we're looking at here. 2.01, limit powers granted to the city to state law and those granted in the charter. The second change, both the insertion and deletion in the initial paragraph state that the powers listed below were not all that were granted. Thoughts, questions on this one?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'll just say, in kind of with my opening comments where I had prioritized things, I've got a total of 23 items that I would put ahead of this in terms of priorities. So while I don't have a problem with the proposal from the committee, it just seems like it's, at least to me, low enough priority that I would suggest we pass on this one.
Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would ask Councilor Prince, when you just made that comment, were you strictly talking about the very first item in section 2, or are you talking about all the items in section 2?
All of the items in section 2 fit that comment for me. I put them in my, yes, we could do it, but they're pretty low priority. So in all of those cases, there's at least 23 items that I would propose to put on the budget or the ballot before I would put these on.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. I knew what you were saying, because I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think some of these are fine, but I just don't know that they rise to the priority level that we need to put them on the ballot, would be my opinion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Davila.
Yeah, Mayor, when I looked at that particular section, it seemed to me that all of those suggestions were, the recommendations, I should say, were either unnecessary or I found them to be in compliance with the charters of home rule cities. So I didn't really see the need for any of these in section 2 myself. I saw that, like I said, I saw them as being unnecessary. I think our home rule charter pretty much agree with that statement.
All right, so I've got 3 council members that have stated pretty much to the effect that they don't think anything in section 2 is warranted. Is there anybody that thinks any of these items in section 2 need to move forward? And if so, which one? Right. Does anybody from the audience have any comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion for section 2.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary blue shaded items in section 2.
I'll second.
Second.
All right, I think my second came from Councilor Davila. I think he was the first under the wire.
Whichever.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we go to section 3. Let's see. 3.05.
Mayor, this is the point at which you instructed me to remind you to come back to section 3.03.
Okay. So 303, 305, 306G, 309,
Oh,
313, 315.
I'm sorry, not 303. I stand corrected. I'm going to come up in section 4 later. So
Okay, I was
remove 303 from the list.
thinking 403, but
Yeah, it's 4. It is 4 something.
okay.
401.
So we have 317, 319, 321, 323. We have several. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in section 3 to consider. So we'll start with 305. Committee says it was felt council members and mayor who currently have always served without pay should remain unpaid until there's a future charter amendment supported and approved by the electorate to change the policy. Okay. Discretionary change would require a charter change to authorize pay for. I don't quite understand this one. If we're not paid now, I don't understand what change needs to be made. We just continue to be unpaid.
Mayor, they did make one change, and that one change was that the council itself could not vote themselves a pay package. It's have to be voted on by the citizens in a charter review. That's the one change they made.
Okay.
And as long as I'm speaking up, I'll make one quick point. There are a bunch of these in section 3. Maybe we can take them a couple at a time. I would just make the general comments. I don't know that either 305 or 306G need to move forward. That's just my opinion.
Okay, what about any of the others?
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot. Instead of making comments about all of them all at once, maybe we take them a couple at a time. Are you okay with that?
Yeah. Yeah, that was my question. 305, 306G. Is there any others that you feel don't need to move forward?
309.
Yeah.
I can't ever
Yeah.
imagine getting all the way down to the ones that they've added.
You know, to
Yeah.
me, the ones in this section that probably should move forward were those ones about the records keeping. Those were the only ones that I really thought were stuff that probably were fairly important to move forward with.
Okay, and which one was this?
I think it comes up around 317. And I think there was another one as well.
Language should provide to ensure this section was consistent with state law that a person may determine what the ordinances were in Lago at any discretionary change. City has record of all ordinances adopted, but this language may require in how to document the changes. All right, that's 17. 19. Changes were made in this section to ensure the charter reflected what was being done and ensure what is done in the future. State law. Have a link for access to adopted codes. Okay. 21. Committee felt that it was important that the council had the ability to appoint a designee to do investigative work. Okay. Oh,
Mayor, I would support Mr. Sullivan's comment that there's a long enough list of blue items in this section 3, and they are varied enough that I think it would be best to consider them one at a time and try to knock them out that way.
all right. So 305, 306. Got one sentiment that they don't need to go forward. Anybody else have thoughts on 305, 306? Yes, Councilman.
306, I wholeheartedly agree not to move forward on that. 305, I actually put it on my list of the nice to do ones, kind of in the, if we're going to do 15 or so of these, then that, I could see us doing this. It's certainly not in my top 10, but I understand kind of shoring up the language here so that the citizens get to decide if or when council gets paid. It's not council who gets to decide in the future if council gets paid. So that would make some sense to me. And I think for me, 3.05 comes down to how many we have on the list and whether the list is so long that we choose not to do 3.05.
All right, well, I'm going to look at it separate. 305. Councilor Sullivan.
Yep. The only reason why I kind of lumped 305 together with 306 is that any council that ever votes themselves a pay package, it won't be long for council. So I just don't see that happening, to be honest with you. That's the only reason why I just thought it probably wasn't necessary that it go on. I just don't see a council voting themselves a pay package. But just that's my thought.
Well, the funny thing is, once council has the authority to vote themselves a pay package or whatever, they seem to do it ever so often.
But
The city of Austin, Travis County,
Yeah.
Once they do have that power, they do it.
but Mayor, we have the power right now. We've had the power from the very beginning, and we've never used it.
Yeah, I know.
One
So-
point of clarification though, for everybody, if the council did vote to give themselves a pay package, that pay package under law wouldn't take effect until after the next election. So you'd have to vote yourself a pay to pay for council members and then win the election, the next election. So you wouldn't get it during that term that you're currently serving. I believe Ms. Council Marion has her hand up.
Yeah, you're not you're not really voting yourself a pay unless you win re-election. Councilor Marion.
Well, or unless you don't come up for reelection until the following election, right?
You
Nope.
cannot vote for pay and receive pay during the same term.
Okay, gotcha. So what I was gonna say here is that every council is different, and anytime you change seats on the council, you have different personalities on the council. So because it hasn't been, doesn't mean that it never will be done. And so to the point made earlier, I feel like the requested edits in this section are different enough that we should take them one by one rather than trying to lump 2 or 3 together. I just think it'll go a little bit faster, and then, folks can vote what they deem as the appropriate, vote at that time. But I think 5 and 6 are different enough that I would rather take them separately, not together.
All right, so we're looking at 5. I kind of agree with Councilmember Sullivan. We have the power. Nobody's ever done it. And if you do take that power, you're not voting for yourself a raise unless you win re-election. I don't necessarily see where this really needs to be changed. You put it in the hands of the public. Okay, so I'm going to ask this question. So let's say we put it in the hands of the public. Does the public get to set the rate, or does the council get to set the rate? If we put this on the charter, and they approve this, and the citizens say, yeah, okay. That means that it's got to go up for another vote for citizens to say, yes, you can you can pay yourself, but yet they still can't set the rate of pay. That seems like we're voting on all kinds of things that really don't. Yeah. So the citizens 5 years down the road vote to, yeah, okay, we want you to be paid, but we're not going to set the rate. That's up to you. So yet the council gets to go and set their own pay
Mr. Mayor,
rate.
likely
Yes.
the more likely scenario would be that there would be a proposition on the ballot that would say, the council is entitled to pay of between X and X or of X. So the more likely scenario is that the citizens would vote that you would be entitled to a specific amount of pay.
Oh, okay.
But we would be setting what that ballot language is, correct?
Right.
So effectively, we're the ones saying we're going to get paid X dollars, and then they vote yes or no.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. I don't know if this needs to be changed. Anybody else? Anybody from the audience? All right, I'll entertain a motion for 305. Sullivan,
I'll put forth a motion, Mayor, that we decline to move forward with 3.05, the discretionary change about pay.
Second.
we're gonna have a motion and a second from Councilor Davila. Any further comments? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Okay, hearing none, motion carries unanimous. So we're on 306G. Committee felt that if an item on the agenda was posted and then it needed to be dealt with at the council meeting, not dropped off the agenda without notice to the public or other council members. So I'm going to say this doesn't need to be changed because in the last meeting, Mr. Durbin had made the comment that the committee was concerned about that last 72 hours. You know, we have the preliminary schedule comes out on Thursday. The final goes out on Monday. And then he said the concern for the committee was during that last 72 hours. Well, during those last 72 hours, we cannot, there's no way we can make it a legal change. Council can't pull something from the agenda. I'm sure there's exceptions, but
Mr. Mayor,
you know, we can't pull something from the agenda after after it's been posted on Monday.
actually you can. The law is silent on as to whether you can remove something from the agenda. What the law prohibits is you from adding something to the agenda. So in theory, you could. In practice, we don't. In theory, you could.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's up to y'all. I don't see it ever happening. But then I won't be the mayor forever. So you know, I guess in theory somebody could pull something, but I don't know why they would. But yes, Councilor Davila.
Mayor, the only time that I have, in my recollection, had something dropped from the agenda was when there was a presentation and that person couldn't show up for the presentation, and then it was pulled. I think that would be about the only valid reason for pulling something from the agenda.
Well, here's my question: definition of pulled. I've had several instances where presenters couldn't make it. Something happened. I've had people, because not every item on the agenda is staff or council driven. Some of them are application driven, and I've had people withdraw their applications after Monday. And so, I've got the word on Thursday that the applicant has pulled their application. And so when I get to the council meeting, I say, hey, well, this item has been pulled from the agenda. Now, it wasn't ever pulled from the actual posted agenda, but it was pulled at the last minute by the applicant. And, what am I supposed to tell them? No, you cannot pull your application. I'm not sure that legally I can tell them that they cannot pull their application. There's things coming from P&Z, coming from development services, these developers, these people that are trying to get things heard by council, and they run up to last minute and they can't get it done. And so they put it on the agenda to meet the filing deadline, but they weren't ready. So now they want it pulled from the agenda. It doesn't ever get officially pulled. We don't take the agenda down and take them off. But when I show up at the agenda meeting, I say, hey, it's been pulled. I guess I can change the way I address it. I could say, hey, agenda item number 3, the applicant has asked that this not be considered. I can change the language, but I don't know where anything has ever been pulled off the agenda within that last 72 hours, ever.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
proper form is to, in those circumstances, is for someone to make a motion to postpone consideration of it until the item is represented to council or prepared or whatever to address the circumstance. Whether you want to change your charter or not this evening to reflect that no item can be deleted, that's certainly a discretionary decision. There's a difference between what needs to be in the charter and what the proper form or order of business should be. So you just need to decide if you want to kind of take a hard line on this prohibition that's not necessarily required under the law. The law is silent on this topic. And if you want to make it clear, you have the authority to do that.
Yeah, and I have no problem with changing. It still seems weird if the applicant requests that their agenda item not be considered. It seems weird that somebody would make a motion to table it. I mean, you're tabling something that I don't know. It seems weird. But yeah, I have no problem changing with that, but I don't think this one needs to go forward. Anybody else? Yes, Council Prince.
I was just going to say, everyone that's weighed in has said that they feel that we can pass on this one. I don't think there's a champion from council, so I'm not feeling the need to discuss a lot further.
Okay. Well, I did see Mr. Roberts go hand up, so let's see what Mr. Paul Roberts has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to convey to council that I think the concern was that in the past there have been items on the agenda that on the posted agenda that have been removed outside of the 72 hours. And there was a frustration, I think, amongst some of on the Charter Review Committee that they were hoping what they would like to see is just an explanation in the meeting. Hey, this was on the agenda, it's no longer on the agenda, and this is why. That's all. And okay. I think that's really the crux of it. And it sounds like in Rosenberg's rules of procedures, which we in the city follow, if you wanted to formalize the process, you could leave it on the agenda, as Aaron was pointing out, and then have it removed from the agenda. But do you need a charter to do all that? I think, as Mr. Prince pointed out, there is no champion necessarily for this. You guys gave it consideration, and I think the council should move on. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. And I'll try to make note of that if I can remember when something changes from Thursday to Monday. If something is removed, I'll let people know that it happened and why. I'll try to make sure that the citizens are aware of why. All right. I'll entertain a motion then.
Mayor, I will make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary item in 3.06G.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we go to 309. Changes were made to establish an order to the appointment of city council new members in the event a quorum of city council is unable to serve. The order established. All right, so that new order. I don't know. What do y'all think? Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one of the suggested edits that I don't necessarily think is necessary to take forward. I would have placed some of the other ones actually above this in order of priority. So I personally, I think it's listed in the charter in this order. In my mind, that's good enough. I think somebody said a minute ago they didn't think it would ever get down that far anyway.
Yeah. I think Councilor Weatherly may have said that. And I'm going to add, if it does, well, here's my thought. I've been on council for 9 years now. Very few of us actually hang out together. Maybe a couple of us here and there, but most of us do not hang out together. So for something to wipe out 3, 4, 5 members of the committee, it's going to be one hell of an event. It's going to be one giant tornado, or I don't know, something. It's going to be huge because we're never in the same area. So yeah, I don't think we're ever going to lose that many council members at one time. Never say never. Councilor Pritz.
My one concern here, which is actually not in the proposal from the committee, I raised it in discussion last week, and I think Mr. Durbin said, "Oh, good catch. We didn't think about that." In the scenario where the mayor and the mayor pro tem, so only those two become unavailable, do we have an existing procedure for selecting a new presiding officer of council?
Well, it says they would vote on a. Let me see.
Chosen by the council.
There's something about they would vote. The existing members would vote. Darn it.
If our current procedure for selecting mayor pro tem can be extended to select a new mayor pro tem in the absence of both of them, then I think we're good. That's just one scenario that I can see, not being astronomically unlikely that, is probably should be in our list to at some point shore it up. And if that's something that could be handled by ordinance rather than by charter change, that would be a far better solution in my mind.
Aaron, you have any thoughts on that?
So, state law for type A municipalities states that if both the mayor and mayor pro tem are absent, the city council must appoint one of the council members who is present to preside at the meeting. That's whether or not you feel that that's necessary to spell out in the charter or not is up to you. That particular provision doesn't specifically apply to home rule municipalities, but that is the common method to address that issue.
But that's for a meeting. What about on a permanent basis until the next election?
Just very similarly, okay, so are we talking mayor pro tem or are we talking mayor?
Both.
So if you no longer have those, if you have an absence of, you lose your mayor, then you have to go through a process to appoint someone unless you're at a point where you are required under the law to go through an election. So it's done by appointment. And those people who are sitting on the existing council are not prohibited from being appointed as the mayor to fill that spot, but they cannot vote on their own appointment. So it's done through appointment. Unless you have too many vacancies, and then you have to go to an election, and there's deadlines for that. So it's addressed in the law.
Okay.
So that's the mayor. The mayor pro tem doesn't assume that role?
They are acting in the absence, but if your mayor, for example, God forbid your mayor dies or is booted off the council for some reason, they don't automatically take that seat as mayor. You have to appoint someone. The mayor pro tem is only there in the absence of the person who was elected or appointed to that seat.
Okay. So
that alleviates my concern. I would be in the camp that we can pass on this one.
Okay.
Yep, Mayor, it doesn't seem like there's a champion amongst the council for this particular item.
All right. All right. Go back to my list.
You want to take a quick vote, Mayor?
Yeah, I just got to make sure I knew what I was looking at. Citizen comments, any citizen champions? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in section 3.09.
I'll second.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and the second by Councilor Prince. I think he beat Marion to the point, so we'll give it to Prince. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we go to 313. Rules of procedure must be posted on the city website. Under the Public Information Act, the minutes are required to be kept and provided to the public. A fee may be charged for documents depending. Okay, rules of procedure. Have any of y'all gone to the website recently? Rules of procedure are there.
Mayor, if I may, the summary statement that the committee gave us does not match the language they provided. This section is called rules of procedure, but what they're proposing in the language is that the minutes of meetings get posted to the website, which is, as you said, those are also there. So I think their summary is an inaccurate statement. It's really about posting minutes to the website, which the city is already doing. And I think this is probably something that is pretty low priority because that's already the being done. So, having the charter catch up with the actions. As the charter is written, it certainly does not prohibit the city from posting minutes to the website. The city's already doing it, so I would say let's leave well enough alone on this one and pass on it.
And something else, you can't post minutes to the website until council approves them. So once they're approved, yeah, I think we do a pretty good job. Do we have any champions for this one? Anybody in the audience? I entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll move that we decline to accept the proposal for the change to section 3.13 as given to us by the committee.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and the second by Councilor Marion. She won it that time. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we go to 315. Charter states that ordinance must be enacted whenever the purpose is to regulate persons and property. The committee felt this was poorly drafted, that it only required an ordinance purpose was to regulate both person and property. We believe the intent of the paragraph was to say that an ordinance must be enacted. The purpose was to regulate persons, property, or both. Actually, I think this one should go forward. I think it needs clarification on my end.
I think that's spot on.
This was in my top 10, so I'm there as well.
I mean, it almost seems non-substantive, but it obviously isn't non-substantive.
The and means something, and that could be a serious point of litigation, because someone could raise the fact that, well, this is not regulating persons and property, so you don't have the right to adopt an ordinance.
Yeah, I get it.
It's a good clarification.
I get it, and that clarification is important. So I think it needs to go forward. I'm championing it. It's my new word, champion. Anybody? Other thoughts? All right, how about the audience? Nope. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would put forward a motion that we move forward with a substantive change in section 3.15 with regard to a person's property or both.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and second by Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And let me pull up the next one. Where is this? There we go, that one. Are we on 317? Language was provided to ensure this section was consistent with state law and that a person may determine what the ordinances were in Lago Vista at any given time. Okay, discretionary. City has record of all the ordinances adopted, but this language may require significant changes in how to document the changes to ordinances over the time. All right. Thoughts on this one? Okay, hang on just a second, Councilor Sullivan. I mean, I go to our website and I go order ordinances all the time, and at the bottom in blue, it shows the changes on the website. I can click on a link to show the changes. Are we not doing this already? I don't know. I guess
not exactly the way that I think the committee envisioned and discussed. And there are multiple ways to track changes. Typically, when you have an ordinance change, sometimes that changes. What's on the website indicates when the change was made, but you have to actually look at the ordinance language itself and more commonly the exhibit to the ordinance to see the red line strikeout, underline strikeout version to see what was changed, like you do for legislation at the state level. And we have all that stuff, but it's not posted on the website, so it's a little more difficult for the public to track it. Like there are different ways that it can be done such that it's much easier, much simpler for the public to see what has changed over time. And so it may just make us force us to adjust and have kind of a a different tracking system, if you will, so you can see, you know, a kind of a table of changes or something like that, so you can kind of know, so they can track those changes. It'll
So,
require some effort on our part. We have all the details, just not in as simple a format as maybe the public might desire.
so does this actually require a charter change, or can this be something that we can do in a policy? You know,
That's why it's a discretionary change, Mr. Mayor. You can do this through a policy or an ordinance. That's up to you, or you can put it into the charter, or can put it before the voters and change the charter itself. So that's why it's a discretionary change.
okay, well, I guess I'll leave that up to council opinion then, because, you know, if it's not necessarily a charter, if it doesn't have to be a charter change and it can be done in policy, then I would just ask my council members to bring me a policy that makes us, you know, whatever we wanted to say. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I might have asked when this thing came up at the last meeting, what was the level of effort by staff to adhere to this? And I don't remember exactly what the response was, but that I would wholeheartedly agree. Let's change this via policy or ordinance and not via charter. That way we can, if it is very onerous, we can control the timing within which we accomplish it.
Thank you. Councilor Davila?
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly what you two have said. I saw that as a policy change, not necessarily something that needs to go into our charter. Exactly the same idea.
All right. So do I have anybody champion the charter change? Want to speak differently?
I have a question.
Yes.
This is the last sentence of the existing language of the charter immediately before the added text, which says the provisions of this section shall not apply to the correction, amendment, revision, or codification of the ordinances of the city in book or pamphlet form. What does that mean? That's such a weird sentence. I can't figure out what that's saying and what the point of this is, because I think this whole section is talking about tracking changes to the ordinance. So why does that sentence exist? It's a question I think for Ms. Silvera.
Yep.
We haven't discussed that the Charter Review Committee did not discuss that particular provision. However, my understanding of what that provision means is that there was a discussion about how publication of ordinances happens. So currently our practice is to adopt an ordinance that makes certain changes to the code, and those are reflected immediately in our updated version on the website because we self-publish through Municode. Historically, though, ordinances and a code of ordinances was done. You may adopt a bunch of different ordinances, and then you would compile all those together, have them printed in a book, and that is your code of ordinances as you would put on the shelf. And it's done, and it's dated, it's set for a specific time. And so I think that this language reflects correction, amendment, or revision or codification of the ordinance in a city book or pamphlet. So you don't have to go back and, you know, red line strike out your book. When you adopt the new book, you have to adopt the new version of the ordinances. So this kind of goes back to kind of the discussion at the committee level that they're looking to make an adjustment based on kind of how we function today. And given that we self-publish these documents and that sometimes the public has a hard time tracking through the different changes over time.
Okay, thank you. I guess I I think there's an opportunity to improve the tracking of history and the ease of availability of the history of ordinance changes, but I don't think it belongs here in the charter. I think that's something that through some procedure or potentially ordinance we should deal with.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, anybody from the audience? Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one quick question. That last sentence, it's not in red, the sentence after the red section. The city secretary shall also ensure that all resolutions, proclamations, and official notices be posted on the city's website. This section doesn't imply that that's the only place that they're to be kept, right? So like, we would never just post something on the city's website because this website could at some point in time crash, right? There's always backup records kept in print format. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah, because there's all kinds of state laws and stuff. Yeah. Which is, side note, I don't know when or how the state legislation is going to come into the 21st century, but print material is so out of date, so 1980. Yeah, we have to publish it in the Austin American Statesman, and who in the world reads the Austin American Statesman anymore? You know? Oh, Mr. Weatherly. Okay. No, you only do the crossword. I know. You don't actually read it other than the sports section, so, and the crossword. Nobody. I work for the fire department. We get free newspapers. Nobody reads the newspaper. We do the puzzles. You know,
First
nobody.
thing I do is check the obituaries to make sure I'm not in it.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, I'll back you up. I'll start reading those to make sure you're not in it as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, there's some things that are very passe, I guess, but that's the way the state laws are. So yeah, someday it'll be you must post on Facebook. Somebody, what's his name? I don't know who runs Facebook. What's his name? He'll get a law passed where everything has to be done on his site. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Are we at the point? We're at the point for a motion.
Yes, sir. Mayor, I'll put forward a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in section 3.17.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and the second from Councilor Davila. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. Okay, that was 319. Oh, darn it. Excuse me. Every time I hit something. 319. Okay, from the committee, changes were made in this section to ensure the charter reflected what was being done now and to ensure what was being done in the future all complied with state law and the charter. It also required that the city have a link or access to any adopted codes, trade regulations, standards, and technical regulations available for purchase or on the internet. Attorney says discretionary change. State law is discretionary. State law is discretionary. Proposed language makes it mandatory. Adopting code of ordinances good practice and very common. Okay, I need some clarification on all that. I mean, we always adopt code. Usually it's the one previous, not.
This goes back to what I was mentioning a few minutes ago about how in years past, the council would adopt a code of ordinances. They would adopt the book. Now, what I meant by state laws discretionary, local government code section 53.001 says that a municipality may adopt by ordinance a codification of its civil and criminal ordinances together with appropriate penalties for violation. So you can adopt the book, you can compile it all and adopt the book. You're allowed to, you're not required to. This says that we shall adopt by ordinances a code of ordinances. All amendments to the code of ordinances shall be codified and maintained by the city secretary. In effect, we do that, but not in the old school way. We do it in the new school way, meaning we have a code of ordinances. It's published on our website. It is updated as each ordinance is amended and approved by council. You know, I think every city, well, not every city, most cities adopt a code of ordinances. They get codified either and put together on Municode or on the other host.
Franklin.
Some cities don't. They just have a list of ordinances on their website, so they don't codify them into by numbers.
So, Aaron, if I may, if I understand this correctly, coming from committee, it's not. The question was not whether we adopted codes or, what codes the council took, and they just wanted to make sure that whatever codes we had adopted, that the public, that we provided links to them so that when the public was going to look at something, they could access the proper code. Am I mistaken there? I think it's just.
That was partially the intent. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Anybody? Am I wrong? I mean, I don't think it was. I don't think anybody was questioning our adoption of codes. It was just whether we were making those codes available to the citizens. That's the way I understood it. Yes, Councilor Prince.
I think that in the very beginning where the committee proposed changing may to shall, I think per Ms. Silvera's argument, we may be better off to decline on that so that it's, stays in may. But to me, the more significant point is where they, right at the end, where they strike the words be available for purchase and instead basically say provide, an internet access method, a link. And I think that's a good thing. So we adopt, for example, the International Building Code and, codes for plumbers and some stuff from Austin. And if we're required under our current charter to provide physical copies for someone to purchase from the city, as the charter is listed today, I think it's a pretty significant improvement to say instead we're required to at least provide a link so that citizens can go read it and get their own copy rather than, providing those adopted codes, trade regulations, standards, and technical regulations, make them available for purchase. And, so unless I'm really misunderstanding it, that's really the meat of the change here.
That is the meat of the change. I want to make sure that y'all are aware of one caveat. Some of these codes are printed in book form or they're available for purchase online and in electronic form, and they are copyrighted. So I'd have to look to see how we would purchase the copy and then post it on our website. What we typically do is make a reference to that And if somebody wants a full copy of that, they have to go get it themselves, or we can find a way to make it available to them for the cost that it costs us to purchase it. There's a copyright issue there.
Certainly, and if I'm understanding the language the committee proposed, they're trying to get the city out of the middle of it, right? So they're saying the city should provide references and links so that any competent individual can obtain a copy, whether by purchase or internet, right? So I like their language. They're proposing, let's get the city out of the middle of it, where we don't have to provide physical copies. We don't have to deal with copyright. We just make sure that a competent individual can go find it if they want to buy a copy of it.
Right. So they know how to get the right version.
Yeah. So I'm actually in favor of this, although I would suggest we not approve the may to shall conversion at the beginning, but the rest of it I think is good.
Okay. I like that. Anybody else? Anybody from the audience? All right, Councilor Prince. I mean, it's open to anybody, but you're the champion.
Yeah, I'll do it. So I would move that we accept section 3.19 changes as proposed by the committee, with one exception, that we do not accept the change of the word may to shall. The city may adopt by ordinance would remain in the updated version.
Second.
All right, so I have the motion and the second by Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, motion carries unanimous. And let me go to the next one. Ta-da. Oh gosh, my screen's so big. We were on.
So we're now at 3.21.
We're on 321 now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was 3.19.
All right, sorry. Everything's blue and, all right. 21, committee felt it was important for the council to have the ability to appoint a designee to investigate work in which the city council may not have expertise, and allow that designee all the powers the council retains to do said work. Attorney says, if this moves forward, may want to be clear that this is a legal designee, i.e. attorney or outside counsel, so there is not a concern that council is delegating their authority or responsibilities to persons or entities that have no authority. Well, A, I agree with that. And B, it strikes me funny that my attorney feels like our council would appoint like some kind of homeless man out there to as our designee. So she has no confidence in our council. But yes, legal authority. I agree. Yes, Councilor Prince.
Question on this one, with the language as it currently exists, does council already have the authority to appoint a designee to do these things? That, I mean, they're calling it out explicitly in the proposal, but are we already able to do this if we choose to?
It is not uncommon for councils to hire representatives. You have the authority to hire an attorney. You have me. You can hire outside counsel. Your ethics policy requires that you use outside counsel for certain types of investigations. So yes, you do. This just makes it explicit that you can designate someone to do this for you. That's why it's discretionary. You can do it now. You don't have to change the charter, but if you want to make that obvious or more abundantly clear, you can make the change.
I mean, if we have that, I don't think it needs to be changed. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with you on this one. And I want to ask a broader question, and that is, so we're making motions to move forward with items. So when we get finished tonight, staff is going to draft ballot language, and then that's going to come back before us next week. My question is, because I'm losing track of how many we're approving and how many we're not. If we get to next week and we feel like we have approved too many and we want to take a few out, will we still have that ability next week to say, let's not move forward with that one? I see Aaron's nodding her head yes, but Mayor.
Well, we tentatively have Wednesday, August 4th scheduled for one further review. I know staff would like us to narrow it down to just our language and have that done on Thursday at the city council meeting. But this is our meeting. If we have to have something on Wednesday, we can do that. But the way stuff is working out with budget and things, we got meetings scheduled Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We have 4 meetings next week. So I mean, if we can get it down to where we only need to discuss language, and we can do that at the council meeting, I think there's a lot of people who would not like to meet next Wednesday. But we'll see.
And Mayor, I don't disagree with anything you've just said. I'm in that camp as well. I'm just fearful that if, again, I don't know how many we've approved. And if we get to the end of tonight and there's like 15 of them, that's just too many. And I just wanted to know if we would have the ability to take, and I got the answer. Aaron said, yes, we will. So if it's push comes to shove, we can if we need to. But I would agree. I don't think this one, it needs to move forward.
Yeah, we definitely need to proceed conservative. Let's schedule our meeting. Because here's the thing: if we don't schedule a meeting and then all of a sudden we need a meeting, we're screwed. So let's make the meetings, and if we don't need them, we don't need them. All right. Anybody else on 321? Citizens? Do I even have? Let me look at my board.
Got a couple.
Christina Lucero and Brandon Guidos. DM Danny. Wow, we actually have 4 citizens still in attendance. All right. Any of those 4 would like to make comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in section 3.21.
Second that.
Second.
All right, so I have the motion and the second. France, he was first on that one. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, let's see, where's the next one? 3. Oh, got so many windows open, I can't get to the right one. 323. All right, committee wanted to make sure that all council members had direct access to consult with and advise the city manager equal to the same access as the mayor. So added the suggested language. All right. I got too many windows open. So somebody will have to tell me what the suggested language is.
Mayor, I can read it to you. No member of the council shall give orders directly to the city manager, and this is where it starts. However, any council member may consult with and advise the city manager with respect to any city business or issue. And that ends that sentence, and then they put no as an addition, and then it goes back to what was already there. Council member shall give orders directly to any other city employee. In this particular instance, it already says up above that we have the right to talk to the city manager and department heads for that matter. So I think this one's kind of superfluous.
Okay, now I remember. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any champions on this one? Council Grant.
This ties into the one that I wanted to talk about, 4.01. So we got to this first. So I just want to point out that we've got some asymmetry in here. In section 3.06, the mayor has authority to meet with the city manager and, in fact, discuss and advise with the city manager. There's no statement in 3.06 about the mayor having the ability to meet with city directors. I'll point that out. And then in 3.23, there's the statement that council members may meet with the mayor, the city manager, and city directors. There's no statement about advising. So the mayor has the statement of advising. City council does not have the statement of advising. City council has the statement they can meet with directors. Mayor does not have the statement they can meet with directors. So currently, as written, the charter is just kind of a little awkward and, unbalanced, if you will. And first of all, I would say, let's be clear. Do we want all the council members to have the same level of interaction with the city manager, that is to discuss and advise, or is only the mayor who has the discuss and advise? And that to me is really the key question. And then I think we've got this leftover, which the committee didn't even identify, the clarification that the mayor should also obviously be able to meet with city directors, but it does not say that in the charter.
All right, well, I'm going to follow that up with, what the heck is a director? Who's the city director?
He was saying director.
Well, city department directors, I think, is what it's talking about. Yeah, department directors.
It says department head.
Department heads. Thank you.
Okay.
And sorry, I threw a lot of things in there, but to me, the most important question to consider is, and the committee is suggesting the addition that council members may consult with and advise the city manager. That to me is the big change proposed here, which is not currently in there. It is in for the mayor in section 3.06.
Well, gosh, on a personal level, I don't have a problem with that language. It's really weird. I mean, you look at it, the mayor's the mayor, and supposedly that person has greater authority than council members, but a council member, in my mind, should be able to go to a city manager and provide input. I don't know if you want to call it advice or that is such a thin line.
Yeah.
What's input and what's advice? Personally, I can tell you, gosh, the things that I see every day. I am not going to go to Tracy and and advise her to take action on something that she is in control of.
Yeah.
You know, the definition of advice is what is confusing me. Um, um, I mean, maybe, when it comes to council items, whether this should be on the agenda or whether it shouldn't be on the agenda or something like that, I, my advice that way, yes, but it depends on the realm. I mean, I don't want. I'm not going to provide advice on things that she has control over, and I don't think council members should have the ability to provide that advice either. So I don't know, but I do think council members should have the ability to provide input to your city manager. Councilor Davila.
Mayor, I'm opposed to the term or the phrase uh, advising. I don't like the word advise. I think consulting is fine, but advising is pretty close to directing. And I'm totally opposed to that. So I don't like this language at all.
Yeah, I can see that because the city manager works for the council, and yeah, I mean, I know we get to direct them, but
Yeah.
Gosh, providing
Only sorry.
when you could go in there and say, "Oh, hey, I'm just advising you," but what city manager is not gonna take that as a direction? So I don't know. Yeah, Council Prince.
So I completely agree with Mr. Davila there. I will point out that in the mayor section, it does say advise. And by the way, in the mayor section 3.06, it does not say the mayor may not give orders. So in this section, it says council members may not give orders to the city manager. In the mayor section 3.06, it doesn't say that. It does say the mayor should advise. So in my mind, if anything, the section that should be cleaned up is probably section 3.06, potentially striking the advise in that section and adding a phrase around, not giving direct orders. But I think 3.23 as it is written is probably okay. I'm just highlighting the differences between the two. I think there's more problems in the 3.06 mayor section than there are in this 3.23 section.
Councilor Weatherly.
Yeah, I've read this 3 times now, and I don't see the word advise in 3.23 anywhere. It says that you can obtain information deemed necessary to make informed decisions regarding the business. It talks about talking with them, but I don't see anything that says that you should advise them.
It's in the committee's proposed language, Mr. Weatherly, not in the existing ordinance and not in the existing charter.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Well, I was reading the old black print. I wasn't reading the red. Yeah, I would not agree with this one at all.
All right. Next, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I'm just kind of voicing my support of what's already been said. I think advise is a little tricky because you can provide someone advice without directing. Better word might be, sharing opinions, who knows what, but consulting with probably covers, in general conversation, because you don't want to limit what people can talk about, but you want to make it clear that council members don't have the authority to give direction or order the city manager to do something. So I think I would agree. I don't know that without the advise, I don't know that this is even necessary as a change, because it seems like the rest of it's probably pretty redundant to what's already there. So sounds like we are all on the same page on that one. And I think I would support what Councilor Prince said about maybe needing to go in and make the fact that even the mayor doesn't have the authority to advise or direct the city manager a bit more clear in that 3.06.
Well, I'm just curious, before I recognize Councilor Sullivan, even as a mayor, I don't have the authority to act without council approval. So I'm just wondering, I'm not gonna, is that necessary that we delineate that? Because I can't act anyway without council approval, so.
But it's not clear in 3.06. Now, if you added something like advise with council approval, or shall not advise without council approval or something, it might be a bit more clear. And I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Prince, that might be kind of what you were getting at, is that we might just need to clarify that a little bit. Because again, the charter shouldn't be written to who is currently in office. The charter should be written to anyone who's in office. So you might choose to take that route, but it doesn't mean that the next mayor or the next mayor or the next mayor will. And so sometimes clarity of language, precision of language is important, because different, strokes for different folks. People are going to read and interpret that differently.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to point out a couple things. Number one, if you remember back in the 2018 charter review, we specifically struck the language, or we let it go forward, and the citizens voted that the mayor, couldn't direct the city manager. That was in there before 2018. So we've removed that. The fact that advised is still there, to me, is pretty benign. I also make the point that in other portions in here, it says very, very clearly that no individual council member, including the mayor, can direct the city manager. It has to be done as a unit. So, I think we have pretty strong language in here, making sure that the council has to work as a whole. And we've taken out the specific language that gave the mayor the ability to direct the city manager. I'm not really sure that this change here is necessary, given the fact that we're the size of the potential ballot. I just don't see it.
Well, personally, I do not direct my city manager, other than I expect her to make me coffee every day. I only said that I just wanted to see if Tracy was paying attention. I got a laugh from her, so. All right. Any other comments? All right, citizens. All right, I entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would put forward a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in section 3.23.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second from Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. Gosh, are we to 4 yet?
Well, Mayor, do we need to do anything with the suggestion to perhaps clean up 3.06? Or do we just not do anything with that?
We need to go back to 306. Okay, so we discussed 306G earlier, and we didn't include anything. Is this 306? What paragraph of 306?
Mayor, I
on-
think, sorry, Ms. Marion, I think that Ms. Marion is referring to the comments I made that section 3.06 does not have language stating that the mayor shall not direct the city manager or any city employee, and that there was question about the viability of the use of advise in section 3.23. And so the question is, should it be in 3.06 where it currently is? So the question is, should we entertain any changes? I think the question she's raising is, should we entertain any changes to section 3.06? Personally, I think those would be improvements, clarification. It'd make the roles clearer and more symmetric. I'm not sure it's worthy of going back to the voters with that again. As Mr. Sullivan pointed out, in 2018, there were some language changes around the role of the mayor. While I think that it could have been clearer even back in 2018, I'm not sure that it's worthy of doing it again. So, I mean, Ms. Marion, you may want to make a motion around that. I don't know, but I'm inclined to just let that one go myself.
Okay. I'm okay with that as well. I was just wanted to make sure we followed up on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. We'll move to the next one then. And I've scrolled down. So we're on 23 now?
4.01, Mayor. You just voted on 3.23.
That was 23?
Yes, sir.
No, we're on 21.
Yeah, we were on 21, weren't we?
No. We were on 20. We just voted on 3.23.
Yeah, 3.23 was voted on, so you're at 4.01.
Oh, so now we're going to section 4. Woo! We're on fire. Section 4. All right, 401. Committee wanted to make sure a city manager's compensation package could not be lowered to circumvent the 5-vote requirement to remove a city manager. The other changes were to make sure that more than at least 5 votes were required and not 5 votes exactly. Thoughts? I think my question last time, because in the discussion they kept saying supermajority, but the way they wrote it was 5 votes, which is not supermajority. But he wanted 5. The actual clarification was 5 votes. Thoughts? I mean, is this...
Mayor, I was going to ask Ms. Silvera, you know, if you read this way, the way it's written, you have to have 5 votes exactly. Can this be interpreted to be 5 votes or more without making the explicit change? Or is it advisable that we make this change so it's very clear that it's 5 votes or more?
Well, logic would tell you if you have more than 5 votes, you have 5 votes. It doesn't say exactly 5.
Yeah.
If you have more than 5, you have at least 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that anybody who wanted to challenge that would have a very difficult time prevailing.
Okay, good. And then I'm open to what the other folks have to say with regard to the compensation package. I don't know that I'm strong one way or the other. I just, if there's no legal issue to change the or more, then my thought is just leave it be.
Aaron, can I weigh in on something? The mayor's out. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
As Mayor Pro Tem, please go.
Okay, let me just make this statement, and I think Mr. Prince will agree with me on this since he's an engineer. When you say at least, that means equal to or more than, doesn't it? So that should be pretty clear.
But it doesn't say at least.
Say at least.
It says the affirmative
It
vote
does.
of 5 members.
Now it says the other change was to make sure that more than at least 5 votes were required and not 5 votes exactly. That's what it says.
I understand what's there, but look at the charter itself. And the charter itself does not say at least.
I'm saying that's what they're proposing. At least 5 means 5 or more. Mathematically, that's the way it works. Trust me.
Mayor, are you seeing us?
Yes, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Comment?
Yes, Mr. Prince.
So I'm not worried about the 5. I think the language in there is fine. I think it really comes down to there is this loophole which the committee has identified that a council a council could vote. The scenario would be quorum of council meets. Say I think quorum is 5. It's either 4 or 5. I can't remember off the top of my head.
4.
4. Okay, thank you. So 4 people out of a council meets. 3 of the 4 vote to reduce the city manager's pay to a penny and effectively fire the city manager. And that's a loophole to get rid of a city manager, whereas the actual firing of a city manager takes 5 council members. And so that's the loophole I think they were trying to close here. I don't think it's a legitimate loophole. The question is whether it's important enough for us to close that loophole to get it on our list of 10 or 15 or 23 ballot items that we take forward. I'm kind of inclined to say, it may not be worth putting on the list, but it's, as I said, it's a legitimate loophole that they've identified of a way for a small portion of council to effectively override this. It takes 5 to hire or fire a city manager.
That's a good point. Last meeting, I missed the actual point about if there were only 4 people present.
And that's why they don't want it to be, or we don't want it to be a super majority. It's specifically 5, because you could have a quorum of 4. A super majority would just be 3. And in fact, under no circumstance would we hire or fire a city manager unless there are 5 council members who approve that action, regardless of how many people are in the meeting.
Yeah, good point. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I can go either way as far as keeping it on the ballot. Here and nay. That's a tough one. Councilor Sullivan.
I would just ask Mr. Levinko, is this something that raised to the level that you think it's worthy of voting on? It's you are the type of person that this would impact. So give us some input.
Well, in normal circumstances, whether it's 5 or less, I will know that is not something that we would be moving forward. So if there's a quorum, then that vote would be necessary for me anyway. 5, it holds you to a higher standard of everybody needs to be in a consensus as to what you're doing, but rest assured, we speak so often that I'll know whether it's 3, 5, or 6 at that time. So I don't think it warrants to be put on the ballot if you're worrying about the number of things that you already have.
Thank you.
Councilor Sullivan, if I was the city manager, I would want it to read, it had to be a vote of all unanimous 7. You can't fire me unless all 7 of you vote. That would be me if I was city manager. Anybody else?
Councilor Marion's got her hand up.
Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not saying that I necessarily disagree here, but I just want to reiterate again that the charter is not written to the current people who hold the positions. It's written to anyone who may hold such a position. And I think We need to keep reminding ourselves of that. What we might do, what Ms. Levinka might do, what anybody else might do is one thing. What the charter says is entirely another. And I think it's important not to muddy the waters by keep referring to ourselves when we think about what's important to be in the charter or what isn't. Because it seems to me that really the crux of this particular edit is the second suggested edit that's been made, where they add in that 5 members or more, more so than the first edit. So, you know, I don't know. Without it, could 3 out of 4 effectively, reduce the city manager's pay to such a level that no city manager would remain? Perhaps, because the charter doesn't say that they can't. So I think we just need to keep specific people out of decisions that we make when considering charter changes or potential charter changes.
Other thing to keep in mind, council, is that if there were an item, if this was something that was in theory going to be considered, it would be an agenda item posted on the agenda. And so council would know that that's an issue that was going to be discussed. So it's not like council can randomly go, hey, we only have, 4 people this time. Let's vote on her compensation. That's not how that works. You guys know that. It'd have to be a posted agenda item. So there is a little bit of balance there.
Yeah, the likelihood of it happening are slim, but I guess it's potential. Council Weatherly.
My question would be, what would be the advantage of running their salary down to nothing? If you're unhappy with the city manager, just fire them. What possible advantage could be gained by forcing them into a situation where they had to quit over just getting rid of them?
Well, I guess it would.
I can't imagine why somebody would do that.
Well, I guess it would depend on the way the contract is written. And if you fire somebody, you may owe them compensation. But if you reduce their salary to 0 and they basically quit, now you don't owe them any kind of compensation. So it depends on the way the contract's written. And I think they're trying to avoid somebody doing that. So I think this is in favor and good benefit for the city manager. I think this is letting the city manager know that, hey, we ain't going to cut your salary to 0 and force you out. And before you can get, it's going to take 5 people. I think this is a good move in support of our city manager.
And the other scenario, Mr. Weatherly, is if 3 or 4 of the council members wanted to fire the city manager, they would not be able to get that to pass if it was only 3 or 4. But this backhanded method of reducing the salary directly would be a method to sort of get it done. I would draw, the analogy of Democrats heading out of the state so that there's not a quorum. Strange things happen when you're trying to get your way in politics. I don't think this council would do it, but as Ms. Marion says, it could be done.
Hey, time out. I want y'all to see a very non-participant of city government. Even though she's married to the mayor, she's like, I never want to be involved. But she's just walked in the door. Everybody say hi to Catherine.
Hi, Catherine.
One.
Right. We'll go back.
One of us is enough. Sorry, I can't find any ibuprofen or Tylenol.
Okay, me neither.
I'm trying.
All right. Sorry. Carry on. Any
So
other?
I'm inclined to accept this change, and if we're changing anything, we might as well add the language of or more. I mean, I don't think it matters either way. If we're touching it, we can put it in there. But you know, maybe it comes down to where on our priority list this falls. And back to Mr. Sullivan's point, if we come back next week and we find we've approved 18 of these things, does this one fall off the list? Maybe.
Yep. I am also in favor. I think what the mayor said, I think this is a positive step in support of our city manager, whoever that may be. And I'm in favor.
Right. Anybody else? Citizens? And entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would move that we accept the proposal from the committee for changes to section 3.23.
No, it's actually 4.01.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 4.01. Thank you.
Second.
Punchy.
All right, I have the motion and the second from Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right. We're on 401B now, paragraph B.
My motion, I'm sorry, my motion did not distinguish that it didn't incorporate item B. Is that a problem, Ms. Silvera, the way I worded that? Or are we okay?
It would be better to have the clarification.
So I need to make a motion to reconsider.
That's the proper method.
Okay, make a motion to reconsider that last motion.
All right. Does that require a second?
Okay.
I've got a second either way, so. Second by Councilor Davila. All right. So what are we reconsidering?
You want to vote on the reconsider?
You have to vote first.
Take a vote. On the
Darn it. Y'all are slowing me down.
Sorry.
Got the motion, then the second by Councilor Davila. Any further discussion on the reconsideration? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimous.
Sorry, I probably should have let the professional motion maker, Mr. Sullivan, handle that last one. He would have gotten it right, no doubt. All right, I'll make a motion that we accept the proposed changes for section 4.01 in the first paragraph.
Second.
All right, I got the motion and the second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries unanimous. Now, we're going to 401B. My question for Aaron, this is all 401. I know it's different paragraphs, but when we put this out for a citizen, do we have to, I mean, is this going to take, if we approve to go forward on B, does this mean separate agenda voter items? We can't combine them under 401 because they're separate paragraphs?
So the law requires that you only have one subject. So if it logically fits under one subject, we could group it. But if it doesn't, if the concepts are different, we have to separate them out so that they can vote yes or no on each.
Okay. All right. So 401B limits the city manager to supervise and direct the employees of the city to those over which the city manager has authority. Is that a question?
I think this, Mayor, this came up in the context that the city manager may not have direct supervision over the municipal judge in some contexts because the judge is a separate body, part of the judicial branch. And so there was some question about that, especially given that the judge for us now is appointed by the, should be appointed by the council in accordance with state law as a court of record. So I think it's in that context that they wanted to make that clarification, that the mayor, the city manager cannot give direction to the municipal judge.
So the way it's written now, it's not clear?
Well, without the added language, what it says is the city manager has the authority to appoint, supervise, and or give direction to all departments, offices, and agencies of the city. The court, municipal court is considered a department for some purposes, but and so I think there's this thought that at least there was a discussion at the committee level that they wanted to make sure that it was clear that the city manager did not have authority to give direction to the judge, that the city manager may have authority over the department's budget, but not the judge themselves. That was the discussion, excuse me. And some of the committee members maybe still be online, and if there's additional, I think Christina's still here, if there's some additional clarification on that point.
Okay.
That's my understanding of the reason for the change.
Because my question is this, my follow-up question to that would be, is this across the board, or is this just a personal issue for a judge that doesn't want a city manager? Yeah, I'm just kind of curious how this came. You proposed judge. Is there another example other than judge? Because when you say judge, it makes it sound like this may have been proposed as a personal. It just may have made it seem personal. Is there other examples other than judge?
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilor Mary.
All I was going to do is just let the council know that what you see here was approved in most cases unanimously by the entire Charter Review Committee, not brought forward by any individual member.
Okay.
There really isn't another department that doesn't fit that over which the city manager wouldn't have direct supervision. There isn't another person per se that would fall outside that scope. The judge is just a unique entity. The court clerk is required to follow direction from the judge when it comes to anything related to the function of the court. But in many contexts, the court clerk, as in lots of cities like ours, may serve dual roles. And so that person may be responsible for developing parts of the budget and providing the information to the city manager, or in our context, also serves as the assistant city secretary. And so when he or she's in that role, they are responsible to the city manager under the direction of the city manager. So it's really, it's a very limited thing. It's a reasonable clarification. I think it goes without saying based on the authority of the judge, but if you think it's something that is necessary to clarify in the charter and put in front of the the voters, then, you have the authority to put that clarification in front of them.
Okay. All right, well, the reasonable clarification, I'll let council decide whether it needs to go in front of voters or not. Yes, Council Prince.
To me, the language over which the city manager has authority is strange and seems vague, to be perfectly honest. And my first thought was, would it be appropriate to say something like to the extent state law allows? And then my next thought is, well, that's already the case anyway. So are we already covered in practice? Because state law does not allow the city manager to provide direction to a judge of a court of record. So is there in fact a problem here, or just a perception of a problem?
And Mayor, I'd second that. If we don't have a problem and state law already covers the issue, is it really necessary that we vote on this?
Yeah. And yeah, I can't speak specifically for the committee, but it seems to me like it's a perception.
Maybe Ms. Silvera can comment on whether state law kind of already covers us here on this aspect.
It does. There's enough separation of powers, if you will, between the judge's authority and other administrators' authority. For example, council can't direct the judge either. That's prohibited as well. So
Right. I mean, I know it's a clarification, but I don't see that it's necessary to go forward to the voters, in my opinion. So. Anybody else? Citizens? All right, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in section 4.01B.
Second.
All right, I have the motion, Councilor Sullivan, and second by Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, so we are in 402. Provides that the city secretary, who is an official of the city, be appointed by council from a nominee or nominees of the city manager rather than appointed manager approval by council committee. All right, so we have, these are very similar, right? There was several 402, 405. When there are three, they were very similar.
Yeah, 402,
The one on the
3 and 405.
Yeah.
City secretary, municipal court, which the judge, and then the police chief, those three.
Okay, so, but 403 was in orange. I think we already considered that one, did we not?
Right. Yes, sir.
I have a note to come back to that one.
Okay, so 2, 3, and 5. So provides that the city secretary, those three, who is an official of the city, be appointed by council from a nominee or nominees of the city manager rather than appointed by city manager for approval by council. I have two thoughts on this. The language, does the language itself make does it really change anything as far as appointment or a nominee? Does the language change anything? And if it doesn't, then I think that these are unnecessary. And then B, if it does make changes, then I'm going to have to say that I am completely opposed, because as a council, we hire our city manager. That's who, as a council, that is who we have the authority to hire. We hire the council. I mean, the city manager. These other people, yes, we do have the responsibility to authorize or approve or whatever word you want to use, but in no way, shape, or form, I know some of you are going to say rubber stamp it, but there is nobody on this council. I'm not, let me back that up. There may be somebody on this council, but in all the council members, people I've ever served with, nobody or rarely anybody has ever hired a police chief, a city secretary, or whoever. They don't know. They don't. Only your city manager, who works with that person on a daily basis or is responsible for that person on a daily basis, knows what the qualifications need to be, and who to hire. A police chief? I mean, I've been here for 12 years. We've never hired a police chief. City secretary? Sandra came aboard at one point, but council didn't have any discretion, because the council doesn't know what a city manager needs out of a city secretary. These people we do not work with on a daily basis. The city manager does. The police chief, the secretary, I don't know. To take, if this in any way takes power and authority from the city manager over people that she actually supervises, then I am completely against any kind of changes to these. Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a comment and then a clarifying question. First, I would say, in my opinion, there's a difference between nominate and appoint. Nominate means you are recommending someone for a position. Appoint means you're actually naming them to the position. But my question is, does the city manager have the authority to hire and fire the municipal judge right now?
So not under state law, that because so judges are different for a couple of reasons. Judges in a municipal court of record should be appointed by the council. So I would ask that y'all deal with 4.03 separate from 402 and 405, because there is specific law that requires council to appoint your judge. The mayor asked about the is this a real difference? I'd ask you to look at the comment that I gave you regarding under section 4.05. As a practical matter, it's the function's not much different, because you have someone bringing forward a name and someone approving it. The appearance of it is a bit different in that it appears that this is a weak manager form of government, when they only get to nominate people and council does the actual appointment. The more appropriate is for the council for the city manager to appoint. In some cities, there's not even a requirement that council approve it. In a lot of cities, or at least almost 40% of the cities, council has some say in it. They approve that appointment. Approving an appointment is not a rubber stamp. If you didn't approve it, they'd have to bring someone else. So as a practical matter, it can essentially function the same, but as far as the appointment goes, when a city council appoints someone, though, it does raise the question as to kind of what level of authority the city manager has over that person. I think it is a valid point that you want to give the city manager the full authority to address, deal with, manage all of those people that are under their umbrella. The judge is the one person, or the judges are the people that are unique in that particular circumstance. So.
And thank you, Erin. That was kind of exactly where I was going. I would be in favor of cleaning up the language to the part on the municipal court, the 4.03, because I think it's important to note that it's technically not the city manager who would hire and fire. It's the council that would do that. For the others, I'm not necessarily in support of changing those.
And just as a point of clarification, city manager and council can't fire a municipal court judge. There are very limited circumstances when you can have a judge removed, but they are an appointment. They serve a term for a specific amount of time unless they've committed some very specific infractions. They are not an employee.
Aaron?
Yes, sir.
But the city council can choose not to renew the contract for a judge. Is that correct? Right. Yeah.
So there's two parts to that. One is there's an appointment that has a specific term, and you can choose not to reappoint them once their term is up. And then there's also the contract. Contract is really only sets the pay, the compensation. You can cancel their contract. It doesn't get rid of your judge. They can only be removed for specific infractions, and without those, they serve out the rest of their term. Now, it may be for no compensation, and they may want to step down. That's one of the, you were speaking earlier about dealing with this in context of the city manager. This is where you could zero out their pay and they could go, it's not worth it. Or they may choose to stay on and continue their term, finish serving out their term for $0. So that's a very apples and oranges issue when you talking about your judge.
Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. So my thought is that even if we change the language as was suggested in this one, there's been no change to the process. It doesn't dictate that the council gets involved with the evaluation of either the city secretary in the case of 402 or the police chief in 405. So my thought is that we're really not changing anything by changing this verbiage. And as a result, I don't think we ought to move forward with the changes in those two sections. The municipal court, I get that one, but 02 and 05, it just doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense.
Councilor Sullivan, Councilor Prince, sorry.
Yeah, I would agree with those comments. 4.02 and 4.05, secretary and police chief, the change, there's not enough value in the change to warrant making the change, and leaving it as is, where the appointment, the perception and reality of the appointment comes from the city manager. to me makes a lot of sense. So I would suggest, as others have, that we leave those alone. Section 4.03 on the judge, I'm wondering whether we can adjust the language such that it could be bundled in with the comply with state law items that we've already done. So rather than making all the changes suggested, if we could just say, for example, the city manager nominates judge, the municipal judge and associate judges, and city council appoints. And then we're doing that change in order to comply with state law. And this does not have to be a standalone item. I think some of the other things in here, like who's going to nominate, whether it's a municipal judge or the city manager, and who sets the pay. Once we get into those, I suspect we're not going to be able to bundle this in with the state law grouping.
Yeah, I agree with that, Councilor Marion.
Just a quick question for Aaron here. Aaron, is there anything that says anywhere in state law or anything who should be nominating the associate judges, or is that completely discretionary for cities? Should it be the judge who's doing that, or is there nothing that says so anywhere?
So state law 30.009, let me look at the language just to make sure I'm giving you exactly what it says. 2 seconds.
You found some?
That helps.
Where did you find those?
Medicine cabinet.
Hey, 1 second, come here.
So 30.00006 is the judge. This is government code. Section 30.00006. A municipal court of records presided over by one or more municipal judges. The governing body shall by ordinance appoint its municipal judges. So it does not talk about nomination. It only talks about appointment. So if you wanted to make a change, if you wanted to specify that somebody else does a nomination, you could do that. And it could be anybody. But the appointment itself has to be the council.
Okay, so for 4.03, would it be more correct for us to say the municipal judge and associate judges, or just judges in general, and that encompasses both? Because then I think if what I'm hearing from you, we could still bundle that with perhaps with the state law, even though it's the judge and the associate judges, since they're both in law.
Right. The only point of clarification is if you want, because the law is silent on the concept of nomination, if you added this concept of nomination in the bundling it with state law, you're getting a little bit outside of it because state law is silent as to whether you have a nomination process, who would nominate. So that's the only thing that would pull you out. If you wanted to just be in accordance with state law, you would only speak to the concept of who appoints, and that would be the council. And if you don't talk about nomination, the logical person is someone on council. Someone on council would nominate, and then they would appoint. So if you want it to be somebody else different that nominates, you need to state that.
All right, anybody else? Anybody from the audience? All right, so I think we're just, I know we've discussed several, but I think we're only taking action on 02.
Well,
There's been
Mayor,
no vote on 402, 03, or 05 yet.
I was just going to make the suggestion, Mayor, that 02 and 05 are very similar. And I think we're going to choose to decline both of those. I was going to make a motion to decline both of those, and then we could attack 03 individually. Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, can I make the motion to do both at the same time? 02 and 05? Yeah, okay, there you go.
Okay, Mayor, I would make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary changes in section 4.02 and 4.05.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and the second from Counselor Marion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, and we will move on to 03 then. That one, do we continue with 03? What will we be doing with 03?
My suggestion, Mayor, was that we greatly simplified the proposed language to simply meet the state law requirements that city council would be appointing judges.
Right, so that one's coming back to us, or are we taking action on that?
Ms. Silvera, do we need to propose the exact language, or could we state the motion kind of as I just did with guidance for you to come up with language for us to consider in the next meeting?
You can make the motion to prepare the language, and as you just described, if you want it to be in accordance with state law, we'll draft language that would make it match, and then you can vote to tweak it next week.
All right,
So is that an official motion?
do we have any further discussion? Can we make a motion or on 03?
I'll word a motion if we're ready for that.
I think we've hashed this one out enough. I mean, maybe does anybody have anything else to add to 03? Yeah, I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay, Mayor, I propose that that we not accept the proposed changes from the committee for section 4.03, but instead we instruct city staff to prepare language that changes the appointment process for judges to be in compliance with state law.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Counselor Marion. All those, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, so where am I at? We've done 5. So 06. It says this change is a clarification for the current charter in a clearer manner. Substandard discretionary change would not change the meaning or function of the paragraph. Current requirement for employment at least 6 months prior to most restrictive requirement under current law. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh, that's not it.
Mayor, if I might, if we're not changing the meaning or function of the paragraph, I just don't think we need to take much time considering them. They just don't need to be on the ballot.
I was trying to pull up my copy of the charter. Got too many windows open. There it is. So thoughts. I got one thought. Anybody else? Do you have any champions for this one? All right. Citizens, any comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in 4.06.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Counselor Marion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we go to section 5. Let's see, 5. All right. 5.01 we had one non-substantive change in this one, but let's see. Sentence referring to past election long since passed was removed. Conversion errors were corrected. Okay, so striking the old language equals a substantive change. All right. I give Aaron, can you explain that one? I mean, I'm going to say that everybody's going to be in favor of striking old language that doesn't pertain. But why does that make it substantive?
Well, it's not a grammatical correction, typographical correction. It's a substantive change to the language that exists. Even though the language has no force and effect any longer, it's still a substantive change. So you can't put it in the typographical, grammatical, Scrivener error category.
Does it have any effect on our day-to-day operations? Does it need to absolutely be taken out?
It doesn't have to be removed. It won't have any effect on anything going forward. It'll just live there as a historical sentence. You can go either way, but if you want to take it out, somebody has to vote to take it out.
This will be one that, I hate leaving sloppy messes in there, so I would like it to be taken out. But once we get to the end, and if we have 15, 20 items, I think this is one that could be taken out because it doesn't matter. But I'd like to see it. I would like to see it change just because of sloppiness. But anybody else thoughts?
I'm the same way. I'd like to see it go, but I don't know that it's worth putting on the ballot.
All right. Oh, anybody else thoughts? Citizens thoughts? All right, so I guess I'll entertain a motion as whether we want to leave it on or not. Well, we always take it off next meeting, but so I'll entertain a motion.
So if I'm going to make a motion, it's going to be to get rid of it. So if anybody feels strongly, someone else make the motion.
Well, I'm kind of in line with the mayor on this one, that it makes sense to get rid of it, and maybe just for the record, let's put it officially on the list, and then in the next session we can choose to cut it. But at least it will be in the minutes as being one that, if in the next round, if there's not 20 items on the proposed list, this is one that should get knocked out. So I guess I would propose that we approve this one. So I can make that a formal motion if you are so inclined. So I'll move that we accept the change from section 5.01 from the committee to strike the sentence that begins the member of the council for places 2, 4, and 6.
Second.
All right, I have the motion. Councilor Prince, second by Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none.
Nay. Oh,
I'm sorry.
I said nay.
Oh, okay. Motion carries 5-1. All right. And then we will go to the next agenda item, 501F, paragraph F. Requirement was added that a city council member must file for re-election in the same position they currently hold at least 15 days prior to the filing deadline. This should prevent an open seat immediately upon the completion of an election. Personally, I don't think this needs to go forward. I really don't understand the reasoning behind that, but Kevin, I mean, Councilor Sullivan, you brought it up last time. It seems like trying to game the system in favor of.
Well, my comment is that this is politics. There is gamesmanship involved, and what we're saying is that non-incumbents can play the game, but incumbents can't. I just don't think that's right. So I'm with you, Mayor. I don't think this one should move forward.
Yeah. Do we have a champion on this one? Anybody from the audience? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that the discretionary change in section 5.01F not move forward.
Second.
All right, I have the motion, Councilor Sullivan, second by Councilor Davila. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Aye.
Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, so we are at 504. This would change the election process for allowing plurality elections to be decided by most votes received to require a runoff. All right, so the question is, do we want to go from a plurality to a runoff? I don't have anything on this one. To me, it's unnecessary. I mean, plurality has worked fine. There hasn't been really any issues with our election, so I don't see where this is a problem that needs to be fixed. Councilor Sullivan.
Mayor, I agree with you, and I think I pointed out last time. Number one, there hasn't been an issue. The people who won would have won, but also this would be costly to the citizens. If we have to do runoff elections, the city has to pay for that. So I think this is a solution in search of a problem that doesn't exist.
All right. Yes, Councilor Prince.
I'm opposed to it simply on the basis of the cost of runoffs. I think that there is something which some of you may be familiar with called ranked choice, and I think at some point in the future, Travis County had the ability to do ranked choice voting, then we could solve this in a single pass. But for now, I don't see it's in the best interest of our citizens to make them pay for runoffs with the situation we're at in the city.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? Citizens? All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in section 5.04.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Prince. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, where are we at? We're into section 6.08. Lowers the number of signatures required on a petition for recall from 20 to 10. This was done after a review of charters with surrounding cities. Item suggests between 10 and 20. Any thoughts, council? Any heartaches? Any champions?
Yeah, I mean, I can see this, lowering the threshold for recall. This one, I put in my, kind of my top 15 or so. I mean, it's not super high priority, but it makes sense. As cities grow, it becomes harder to get a percentage of the voters, and so dropping from 20% of old Lago to 10% of current and future Lago, in my mind, is a logical step.
Yeah. I don't disagree. If it's in line, if it's in line with, if it's in line with what everybody else does and it's a standard, then we should, yeah, let's not be the exception just because we want to play hardball. Anybody else? All right, I'll enter. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
So just playing devil's advocate, and this is not a strong feeling on my part, but so if the recall is hit, the threshold is hit, that means we have to hold an election to do that recall. So we just got finished talking about an item where we didn't think it was important because it would cost the citizens money. So I guess my thought process is, if we're going to have to pay for an election, those people who are running the petition, they better get 20%. Otherwise, we're going to do a recall election and spend all that money for no reason. So just something to think about.
Oh, can we make the person doing that pay for their recall?
I don't know if we can get away with that, Mayor.
Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm of the mind that I'm not opposed to moving this one forward. I think we're much more likely to have to pay for special elections if we change the charter to take away the plurality than we are a recall. There may never be an instance where we have a recall. There will very likely be instances where we would could have 3 people running for a seat. Nobody has a majority and we're paying for an election. So I'm okay with moving this one forward. I see those as 2 entirely different things.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that the likelihood is low. Aaron, am I making you yawn or are you making me yawn? All right, well, if there's no further comments, I'll entertain a motion.
All right, I guess I got this one. So I will move that we accept the committee's proposed change to section 6.08 to reduce the number from 20% to 10%.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Councilor Prince, second from Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Hey,
Hearing none. Oh, I had one nay.
that was me. Sorry, I'm being a nincompoop.
No, that's fine. I just need to make sure I got it noted for record. Motion carries 5-1. All right, and we are up to 611. Analysis of the current section seem to only allow recall after an elected official's initial election, or would allow for recall the day after a subsequent election. This did not make sense to the committee, and the word initial was removed to allow for recalls 6 months after any election, thereby respecting the will of the electorate in subsequent elections. There are no attorney comments. It just says up to us. Thoughts? Councilor Sullivan.
To me, this is a good change. I mean, it clarifies it. I realize it's a very small thing, but it would prevent us from recalling someone in their subsequent elections, and I don't think that's right. If we're going to have, recalls, then it should apply to any election you go through.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a big change, but again, it's like, wow, I didn't know this was not standard. All right.
Yeah, I support this one.
All right. right, citizens? Are there any citizens still out there? Yeah, there are. All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that we accept the substantive change, discretionary change in 6.11.
Second.
All right, I have the motion from Sullivan and second by Councilor Marion. All those in, any further discussion? I'm sorry. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. Uh, 6:12. All right, this is a side note. As we go, we just went through a charter change 3 years ago, and we're going through 40-something charter changes. Certain things like this past one, like how did that not get noticed in the last one?
Yeah.
You know, always amazes me when you're doing charter review how certain things. How did we miss that last time? Anyway, 6:12. We felt the word "and" made the sentence and procedure clearer, although technically not a grammatical error or would not substantively change the process, but provides minor clarification. All right. Gotta look at that thing.
Mayor, I'll just throw in, I don't think we should waste any time on this one.
Okay. That's what I was going to look at. I was trying to pull up my copy of the charter to see if that "and" really made a big difference.
I think there's no champions of this who are currently still awake.
Yeah, I can see where they were going, but I don't think it's what I would consider priority.
I'm just attempting to get us to move along to where we're done by midnight.
Yeah.
We still got an hour and 13 minutes.
Well, let's not waste any of it.
All right. Yeah. Any citizen comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in 6.12.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Prince. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we are to item number 36. Number 701. Okay, boards, committees, and commissions are what they are described in their enabling ordinance, and the designation of all of them as advisory, unless otherwise stated, seems to be an area that could cause confusion, conflict after their formation, and there are no attorney comments. It says discretionary change. Thoughts? Does it need to be clarified, or do we just skip it? Councilor Marion.
Yeah, this is a question for Aaron. Aaron, I know you didn't put any comments there other than discretionary, that this is discretionary, but if that stays in there, does it carry with it some sort of implication that all boards, commissions, et cetera, are advisory in nature? Like, do we need to really clarify this?
So the sentence says, except as otherwise provided by state law. State law is what gives the regulatory boards their authority. So if you want to make that clarification, you can, but
It's
state
not
law is
wrong.
right. Correct.
Okay. Okay. I'm fine with not taking it forward.
I agree.
All right. Any citizen comments? Any further? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in 7.01.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. I do need to make one clarification. It's only 9 minutes from now. It's only 9 minutes from midnight from where I'm at. So, can we get it wrapped up in 9 minutes?
Well, let's see.
We're on 804. 804 showed 2 previous years instead of just displaying the 1 previous year. It's up to us. Discretionary change. No legal opinion whatsoever.
But when we get the budget today, it has the past 2 there, if I remember correctly.
I was thinking even went back further than that, but I knew it would at least 2.
Yeah, I think it's already there. We could write this out in an ordinance, I think, if we wanted to, but I don't see a need to do this.
I agree.
I think maybe the only question was whether it was online. Did the online version show 2 years or not? But either way, if it doesn't, then that's something we can handle outside of charter.
Yeah.
All right. Any champions? Any citizens want to champion anything? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in 8.04.
Second.
All right, I have the motion, and the second was by Professor Prince. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, let's see. 809. Budget and its corresponding documents to be published. Discretionary change. State law requires the budget and annual audit be posted on the website, local government code 102.005 and 104.008. Posting of the others on our website is not addressed in state law, but is common practice. We post them. I don't know what the corresponding documents are, but I mean, we put our budget. What are we not putting out there? This is really required charter. What are we missing?
I don't think anything. And Mayor, the other thing is that the only thing they've really done is changed how it was worded. They took out copies of and just said the budget. So they're just changing the wording a little bit. I don't think it changes the function of that particular paragraph.
All right. They're all gone. Nobody's here to explain. So.
Suitable places in today's world includes the city website. That's what's already being done. I think this is a problem that doesn't need to be solved.
Yeah, the only question I had was the associated.
Well, that's not in the language. That's in their summary statement.
Yeah.
It's not actually in the charter.
Yeah, that's
right.
about the CIP and appropriation and revenue ordinances. So all of our ordinances are are posted on the website. Our CIP is on the website. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in section 8.09.
I'll second that.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and the second by Counselor Prince. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we are to 8:10. This had two parts to it. So the part about two readings is discretionary. Change includes at least two readings of any ordinance authorizing bond COs. I mean, I like to practice that anyway. I like two readings of almost anything personally. You know, there, as I've grown over the last 4 years, to get the feel of it, of my counsel, there's no reason bringing something back for a second reading. I close a public hearing, but I like second readings on everything. My question, does it have to be in the charter, or can this be addressed elsewhere if we want to require second reading?
Typically, this kind of thing, if you're going to require a second reading, is something that's in the charter. It can be other places, but it's typically in the charter if you're going to require it.
Okay. Thoughts? Is that your hand up, Councilor Sullivan, or?
Well, yeah, I was actually just pointing, but because I was reading through it trying to carefully. But you know what? This probably makes sense. You're talking about, bonds, certificates of obligation, warrants. I mean, you're talking about financial obligations to the city. So it does warrant two readings.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with it. I do believe the second issue is that, they lumped in bond, COs, warrants, notes, and others at the 5%. And I think Erin's made the point in her dark orange that it only applies to COs, that there's different percentages required for those other financial instruments. Is that correct?
That's
and so we'll have to either embellish this language to give the proper percentages for those other types of financial obligations, or take them out, or so. But there will be some massaging necessary, it seems like.
Yes, that was something we noted in the last meeting.
You voted on this earlier this evening?
Yeah.
You voted on 8:10 and 8:11 for me to bring back language consistent with state law.
Okay, so the only thing we're dealing with now is the two readings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Okay, well then I said what
I would suggest that since we're probably going to be rewording this anyway with Erin's guidance, let's just capture the two readings as part of that and get it as a free fix along with that. Because I agree with Councilor Sullivan that two readings make sense if we're going to be issuing debt.
But and I agree with you, but we'll still have to make a motion.
Yeah,
for that.
we'll have to make. Yeah, I agree.
Oh, okay.
I was simply stating the fact I don't think this will end up being its own ballot item, because we can, I believe, group it in with the other half of this 8.10 change.
Got it.
Well, if you make the clarification that you want to have two readings, that's the law silent on that. So that kind of pulls this out of the in accordance with state law.
This was one of our state law compliance ones. Yeah. Okay. I see.
Not that I'm suggesting that you don't do it. It's a good change, but
It won't come for free. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still think it makes sense.
All right, well, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that we accept the change in section 8.10 with regard to requiring 2 readings that change with regard to financial instruments.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Counselor Marion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous, and we go to the next one. And that would be 810 Delta. Provides notice of hearings for financial obligation to be published on the website as well as newspapers. Gosh. This is one of those, I think we do it already, but does it need to be clarified?
If you look in Erin's notes, it looks like she's saying state law requires it. So it doesn't seem like we need to duplicate what's already put in state law.
Can this be lumped into one of those that say, hey, in compliance with state law? It's not color coded that way, but no, yes, no. Do we need to make changes?
If you want to make changes, you can. The existing language doesn't talk about publication on the website. For 8.10D, that's the addition that they're making. I mean, we have to do it under, if you want to add it as a point of clarification, you can, but we have to do it regardless of whether you've added. So.
Yep, state law is going to require us to anyway, so I think it's kind of superfluous to put it in the charter as well.
Right, especially with everything we got. I mean, if we wanted to clarify it, that's good. We only had 3 or 4 things.
Yeah.
I'm a little fearful of how many we have now, Mayor. I'm afraid to count.
Right. All right, well, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we decline to move forward with the item 810 Delta, D Delta.
Second.
I'll second that.
All right, I have the motion and the second from Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. That is 12:03 my time. We missed it. 811, paragraph 1. Also to provide for the publishing the notice of the city's obligation to pay on an instrument on the city's website. State law requires the posting on the city website regardless of whether this is in the charter or not. Requires posting voter information documents for bond-related ballot measures on a city website. Specifies that this section controls over any conflicting language. All right, so as state law requires it, what do we need to do?
This is an identical argument to the one we just did of why we don't need to make this change.
Right, that's what I'm thinking. Anybody else? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in section 8.11, paragraph 1.
Second.
All right, I have the motion. Counselor Sullivan, second by Counselor Davila. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. All right. That's all of them, right? Oh, no, wait, there's 812. Title change, as this section refers only to revenue bonds. Title was changed to reflect that by deletion or reference to GO bonds, revenue bonds were also made subject to voter approval only. Later in the paragraph, a non-substantive correction was made of the conversion error. So, attorney comments, revenue bonds that are not payable for any taxes need not be submitted to the voters for approval under state law. Some city charters require election. All right, thoughts, comments? Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. So on this one, I'm not too sure or so sure about this suggested change. So in thinking about like public health and safety bonds, I think, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, I think we would want those to be revenue bonds, things that focus on the public's health and safety. General obligation bonds, on the other hand, might be related to quality of life. So revenue bonds, right, funded from the revenue stream, like public works projects, things like that. So I think my question here is, would we want citizens to vote on a public health and safety bond, such as fixing or maintaining the sewer system? Because what if that kind of a vote goes to citizens and they vote no? What happens then? So do we need to maintain some sort of difference in this section between those types of bonds and what should or shouldn't go to voters?
Yep, Mayor, I made this very same comment last time. I agree with Councilor Marion. I believe we need to maintain control over this, and we should not move forward with this item.
Yeah, those are all good points. That's a risk you take. I mean, as council members, as elected officials, you know, you don't want to take anything out of the citizens' hands, but then when you get into the office and you start looking at things from the benefit of the city and whether we can actually function and operate, you don't want to necessarily have the citizens be able to vote everything out, because it could be very detrimental.
If
Yes.
I may clarify, Mayor, I'm not necessarily suggesting taking all of those out of the citizens' hands. Like I would support, bonds going in front of citizens that have to do with quality of life things. I'm just not sure that I would feel the same way about health and safety.
Right.
Bonds related to health and safety.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anybody else? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Sorry, I didn't get my mute off soon enough. There's kind of two parts to what they're proposing here. One is striking in the title and general obligation, and then the other is adding subject to voter approval. And I agree with the argument about not adding subject to voter approval for revenue bonds. This whole paragraph is really just talking about revenue bonds, and the title is misleading and inaccurate to have and GO bonds in the title. So I think it would be appropriate to get rid of the and general obligation from the title. The question is whether that makes the list of things that we do. So I actually think that's appropriate, but maybe it doesn't make our list of the top 15.
All right.
Is this one that we want to move forward with that change that Councilor Prince suggests, with the option that we drop it if we've got too many when we meet next time?
Councilor Marion.
Just a clarifying question, and this might be for Aaron. If we don't strike that and general obligations from the title, could it get us into any issues later with any sort of misunderstandings or anything like that? Or if we leave it, if it doesn't end up making the final list later, and we leave that in, are we okay?
So in theory, you could have a geo bond that is used to fund some of the things that are listed in this section. I agree that I don't think the intent is that this is really about revenue bonds. Could we get in trouble? I guess it's possible, but it's unlikely. It's a good clarification to restrike that language from the title. Certainly it could be something if you want to look at what your final list is next week and see, is it worth taking forward? That's up to you.
And Aaron, one more clarified question. I thought with the recent state law changes that GO bonds had to be voter approved. So if that's the case, even if we left that there, state law would trump it and we wouldn't be able to do a GO that wasn't voter approved.
Right. Yeah. That's a good clarification. That's a good point. We have the voter approval part of it, requirements would still exist. We couldn't avoid that by having this title on this section.
Yeah, in hindsight, I mean, with that in mind, maybe we just drop this one.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it would be clearer to not have it there, but it doesn't really change anything in practice.
Right.
I could agree.
I think Mayor's taking an unscheduled break. Arch, are you there? Oh, there he is.
What? Yes.
You missed it. We finished while you were gone.
All right. Did y'all make a motion and?
No, we talked it all out and we're waiting for you to tell us to make a motion.
All right. If we're at that point, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, Mayor. I'll make a motion that the discretionary change in section 8.12 does not move forward.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and the second by Councilor Marion. Any further discussion?
Are you muted?
Yes, Councilor Daba. Oh.
I think he was ready to vote.
Oh, okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. All right.
Question, if I may, the towards the end of that paragraph where they suggest changing what they're proposing as a typo of FOML to FORM. I don't think we captured that in our non-substantive changes, but I would suggest we could add it to that and get that one fixed.
We should do that.
All right. Good catch. All right. I've lost my page. What number are we on?
Still on section 8.12, at the very end, the one we just finished voting on,
Oh,
Mayor.
okay.
We actually didn't discuss it in the vote, but there is one typo change that they request there, FOML, to replace with the intended word FORM.
All right, so we need a motion to add that to the non-substantive list.
Yes, sir. Would you
I will
like
make
one?
that motion for section 8.12 that we accept the proposed non-substantive change of FOML to FORM, form of any purchase agreement.
All right,
Second.
got the motion and the second from Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, it is added to non-substantive. Unanimous. All right, so that puts us to 8:16, right? The language of the paragraph was cleaned up and allowed the paragraph to be reduced to one sentence, which is clearer than the current two. Attorney says the revision makes no change to the way purchasing and contracting are regulated. All right, doesn't seem to make any change. But I guess citizens still have to vote on it, can't be non-substantive. Any thoughts, questions? What if we don't go forward with it? Does it matter?
No. I think our list is getting kind of long at this point. I think if we can push it to the side, we probably should.
Right.
Okay. Any opposing viewpoints? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that the discretionary change in section 8.16 be declined.
All right, I have
Second.
the motion and the second by Councilor Weatherly.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we are to section 9. 904. Change allows for penalties and interest to be rolled into a citizen's repayment installment deal. This is already an option under state law. Texas tax code authorizes for a tax unit with a person. All right, it's already an option. Thoughts? We need to proceed if it's already an option?
Let's
I don't
pass.
think so.
All right, unless I have a champion, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in section 9.04.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and the second by Councilor Weatherly. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we are to 10:01.
Can we do 1, 4, and 5 all together? I think they're all going to be no's.
Walk on.
Okay, 1, 4, 5. I've got one opinion. Do I have a champion for either of 1, 4, or 5?
They all say the same thing, and they're all things that basically it already says.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I ask just a quick clarifying question of Aaron?
Yes.
Aaron, with relation to 10.01, several years ago, was there a state law that granted the right to telecommunications companies to use municipal rights of ways to or at no cost? So even if they use it, the city wouldn't be able to collect franchise fees from those telecom companies. Is that right?
So the way the law works is that you can't collect double fees. You either get one or the other. So if you're already collecting a fee for one thing, and just because they're using the line for a different thing, you can't collect both.
And if I might clarify, because I was on council when we voted on this, this is, Mayor, if you remember, this is back when Barbara was city attorney. They were talking about new boxes, and I think it was for 5G going on rights of way poles, light poles, those kinds of things. And what happened was the state established a fee structure that you had to use as a municipality. You couldn't establish your own fee structure. They could use the rights of way poles and so forth, but and you could charge them money, but it was according to the state fee schedule.
Yeah, that pertained to those stupid, what do they call them, nodes?
Nodes,
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Nodes.
small cell nodes.
You're correct.
Started off with mini cells and then it went to nodes.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Speaking of nodes, I think
Are you ready for a motion, Mayor?
sure. Are we doing
Mayor,
all
I'll make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary changes in sections 10.01, 10.04, and 10.05.
Second that.
right? I have the motion and the second from Councilor Prince. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And that puts us to 1103. Public records are available to the public under rules and regs promulgated by state law and local ordinance rather than state law and the council. Microfilm is not technologically the way to go anymore, as all things are digital nowadays. This is already regulated by state law. The difference between council and local ordinance is negligible because it is council that adopts ordinances. Already, I don't know. It seems it's already covered. I will make the statement that I still have my 8 tracks in an 8-track player, so microfilm is not that obsolete. But as far as city charter goes, is this something we need to go forward with?
No, sir.
Have any champions on this one? Right. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that we decline the discretionary change in section 11.03.
Second that.
Second.
Oh, gotcha. I thank Councilor Marion. We got the motion and the second by Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we are to 1107. List claims to be brought against the city to be issued someone with appropriate legal capacity rather than by anyone claiming to act on the injured party's behalf, as previous version of the charter may have had another paragraph, 2 under the subordinate, so that's A and C, changing the C to B. So there's a substantive, non-substantive change, changing C to B. Wasn't considered, but so my question is, do we want to go forward with this one? Do we have any champions for this one? And if not, do we still need to add it to the non-substantive list because there was a change from B to C, from C to B? I don't see anybody stepping up to champion it.
Councilor Marion's got her hand up.
Yes, no, I'm not stepping up to champion it. I just want to ask a quick question of Aaron. Does this change in any way do anything to, add protection to the city, or is there really no benefit to making this change?
You're muted, Aaron.
Sorry about that. Really, it's a protective measure for whoever is bringing a claim. It's I don't think from a legal standpoint, if someone brought a claim against the city, that we would not do our due diligence to ensure that that claim is being brought properly on behalf of the person who was impacted. Because if for some reason somebody else said, hey, I'm Joe, Camel, and I'm going to represent my neighbor, and the neighbor had no real claim, that would get resolved. I don't see this scenario happening where somebody without the appropriate legal capacity would come forward. On a regular basis, I deal with not exactly this issue, but similar issues in municipal court where parents want to speak on behalf of their adult children, and I have to get the approval from the adult child that that person is their representative. So
thank you.
Aaron,
yes, sir.
there's no law really that somebody has to have legal training to represent somebody in court. Is there?
No, there's not, but well, in front of a judge, there's some qualifications, but as between parties, no.
Yeah.
I think really the goal wasn't that the person had to have some legal training. It's that they had the legal authority to act on behalf of the other person. So, that whoever it was that was bringing the claim had authorized them to do this on their behalf. I think that was more the tenor of the discussion. I don't see this as a big problem. I don't think that there's a big risk to the city if this language is not added. If you want it, you can.
No.
Anybody else? I'm just going to comment that I love the reference to the 80s and 90s Joe Camel.
Yeah, that was impressive.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in 11.07, but that we do include the non-substantive change from 11.07. Section C should be renamed to B appropriately.
Thank you.
Second that.
All right, I have the motion and the second by Councilor Prince. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we go to the last, but not least, item on the agenda, 11.18. Deleted the information contained in 11.18 as has already happened and have proposed replacing it with what is currently an editor's note which states the dates of the original adoption and the dates of the amendments. This is a historical note, according to attorney, that can remain in the document if desired. State law governs the process for charter amendments or adoption for adoption of a new charter. What's the question here? I don't have my actual over here. What's the actual question? Hello?
What do you
Mayor,
mean by that?
Yeah, who are you talking to, Mayor?
Just anybody. What are?
Are you asking what the real change is, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
So they're deleting that whole section and keeping so that section 11.18, the title is submission of charter to voters. They want to add a phrase to the title that says an amendment, strike all the language in that section and instead substitute the language that's in the editor's note.
Okay. Wow, that seems a lot to scrap.
That whole thing there is just history. It's what was done initially when the charter was put out. It's not hurting anything, and it would be another thing that would have to be voted on. My feeling is just leave it.
All right. Any other
Mayor?
thoughts?
That's
Yes.
what Mary put her hand up.
Thank you, Aaron. I actually wanted to ask a clarifying question to something that you stated at the beginning of this, Aaron. So am I understanding from what you said that we could leave that editor's note in, but that also may not be necessary? Or did you mean that you could just leave the whole thing in? I wasn't quite sure if you were, kind of like on the side of, you really could just delete the whole thing, including the editor's note, or you really should leave the whole thing in.
Well, technically you could do either. The state law is going to govern how the charter is submitted to the voters and how the amendments go. So if you want to keep this in as a historical note, including the editor's note, you can do that, or you can get rid of it, or you can keep part and get rid of part. It's really up to you how you want to handle it. There's nothing that's going to change legally as far as the process goes by whatever decision you make.
Thank you.
And yeah, Mayor, and I would,
Yes.
add to Councilman Weatherly's comments, this isn't hurting anything. It's historical. We've already got too many things on the ballot. I think maybe just leaving this one off makes the most sense.
All right. Anybody else? All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we decline to move forward with the discretionary change in section 11.18.
Second.
All right. I have the motion and the second by Councilor Weatherly. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimous. That is the last item.
But hang on one quick, don't we have to do one last motion to say all the things we're going to bundle up in the non-substantive item, Aaron?
Well, yeah.
It would be good to have a running clarification. We did have some, but then you added some. I have them noted where they're non-substantive. Oh, I ran out of paper. Hang on. On the non-substantive list, I have 301, 308, 316, paragraph 2, 4.01J, 5.01 typos. But I believe you also added to that list a 11.07, and
That was the last one.
yeah, 11, and then you had one other. Hang on.
It was that one with FOMO versus form.
Yes, yes. 8.12.
Yeah.
Is your other one that you added in. And we talked about 10.07 to add to it because that's a Scrivener's error.
Yeah.
So those 3 additions to the list that you previously voted on, I think that's all of them.
Aaron, I think there might be one more that
Okay.
Councilor Prince had pointed out last meeting. I don't think we caught it this one. It's in section 10.06 I. And there's a small
It's not on the list, yeah.
change. They scratched out an uppercase I think, and put a slash and or.
Yes, 10.06 section I, that's right.
Yeah.
6. Okay.
Oh, yep.
And so do we need to make a formal motion, or we've given you direction and and it's all good?
Well, because you didn't vote on 10.06I, I would appreciate if you give me the full list. Or ask or make a motion that you add all those others, including 10.06I, to the list previously voted on. You just didn't give me a vote on 10.06I. I got to vote on everything else.
Yeah. Well, that's easiest. So I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that we add to the list of non-substantive changes the change in section 10.06 subparagraph I.
I'll second.
All right. I have a motion and a second by Council Weatherly. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimous.
By my count, I think we have about 13 changes, which is not as many as I actually thought going through it. Some of those may be bundled in terms of state law, so it may reduce slightly. And then that doesn't count the non-substantive, so we're around probably 11 or 12 total.
That's cool. Between 10 and 15 is good. Under 10 is better, but
Yeah. We'll get one more bite at the apple next week. If we need it, if we think it makes sense to drop a couple of them, we can do that.
Yep.
right. Well, Monday. Y'all think this meeting was exciting? We get to do budget Monday.
Monday and Tuesday.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right.
One quick question. When will you make the call whether or not we're going to meet next Wednesday on the charter, or just boil it into the Thursday agenda?
I have to do that in a certain amount of time, right? So I don't know. Thoughts, Tracy, Aaron? At this point, do we need Wednesday or?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we need Wednesday. I feel like the proposed ballot language is going to come if we only have 15 changes. You guys have done an expert job, and you will be able to massage the language if it needs to be, make your vote, and then that way we're prepared to move forward. I don't.
So I know we discussed a couple of times that possibly whittling it down even further. I'm not saying that we will, but if there is one or two items that we decide we don't want to go forward with, can we still make that motion, or are we just going to be considering language?
I'm gonna look at how the agenda's posted, because that may drive some of the decision. Assuming it's already posted. Hang on.
I think Sandra did send it out earlier. I hadn't looked at it yet, but
Yep, she sent 2, 3, and 4. But I don't know what was, I just saw she sent them out. I didn't actually look at the agenda.
yeah, I didn't either. Well, but we have until Monday to change it, right, Aaron? So I mean, if the language is not right, we can correct it by Monday, right?
So you're okay. So the agenda for the 4th, hang on. So the agenda for the 2nd is budget workshop. The
Yep.
agenda for the 3rd says budget workshop.
Yeah.
The agenda for the 4th says
Charter
special
review.
consideration and possible action regarding charter review committee recommendations. So that's broad enough to do whatever you need to do. So there's only one day for charter review. It's only Wednesday.
Yeah.
And then Thursday is your regular city council meeting. So did you put it on the regular council meeting agenda too?
That was the thought. So yeah, so now the question, I haven't looked. I don't know if it's on the regular council agenda or not, but
even if it isn't, we can add it before Monday, correct?
we
You
can,
can add it on Monday before the time if you feel like you need it.
Well, I'm just thinking if we're,
okay. So we can add it by Monday, but we can't make any changes to Wednesdays.
Right.
There's Sunday. So if we
Right, but I think the question is if we can cancel Wednesday, right, and just roll it on to Thursday?
yeah, so that's my question. If we decide we want to cancel Wednesday and add it to Thursday's regular session, at what point do we have to make the official announcement that Wednesday's canceled? How many hours in advance do we have to do that? Is that 72?
There's no, the law is silent as to when you can cancel. Now, I don't recommend doing that, at last minute if you know that you want to do that now, but I will tell you there are 15 items on your agenda for Thursday.
ooh, so it's already going to be a busy meeting.
Including several public hearings on zoning related issues. So one of which is contentious. So I don't recommend, I recommend we rip the Band-Aid off, deal with this on Wednesday. It'll be a brutal week, but you can focus only on that, and maybe that meeting will go quickly so that Thursday you're not here till midnight or later.
Yep. Wednesday should be pretty short. I would think we would get through the charter review stuff within an hour or two.
It won't be long.
And we're still 16 minutes shy of midnight, so.
Do we have to go to midnight? That's when.
I have a clarifying question, if I may. For Wednesday, will we get something in advance of the meeting Wednesday that'll have the draft language so we can look at it before we meet? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. Yes, because not only do I want you to have it and have time to think about it so the meeting can go well, the public needs to see it. So my goal is to get it, worst case scenario, posted Monday morning, but hopefully before then.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Mm-mm.
All right. Well, I'll see you on Monday, and I'm going to call this meeting adjourned at 11:45 p.m.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good weekend.
Bye.
Get some sleep. Need it.